Streaming. Hello. Nikki, Ishmael, Wobbledobs, you face your fear, Raymond, Zoo, and anyone else who might be in the premises, in the vicinity, in the facsimile of existence called the chat in front of me. Sorry, I was writing slam poetry this morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. It's a good morning. It was a slow morning for little old me. I wrote a couple poems, so not necessarily like unproductive slow, just like I spent most of it just sort of like laying on my floor listening to music, listening to Streetlight Manifesto. And yeah, wrote two poems. I underwent the exciting exercise of reviving old, dead, decrepit, suffering poetry of my infancy as a writer. So I took two poems from my massive folder of 2023 to 2024 poems that has 250 works in it or something, and just started going through the list and looking at them, and I was like, this one has a good idea, it's gonna be a new poem. This one has a good idea, it's gonna be a new poem. And I got one line into it, I'm like, this could be a slam poem. I've been talking about slam. There's a slam coming up locally that the Nevada, Las Vegas's local slam team is putting on. I think it's on July 24th or something, and I think I'm going to try to sign up for it, roll up with some like really strange experimental stuff, because that's what I was writing before. And yeah, it's good. It's so reframing my definition of art and the artistic process and the art making experience single-handedly allowed me to go back and look at my old works in a new light. It's very cool, because I used to see art as this purely intuitive, momentary experience. You create the art in the moment, and then it sits there as artifact of the past, right? Sort of preserved. Now, I see art as an iterative process, a constant, revolving door, spitting you a little closer to truth every time you go in and out of it. And given that art is a motion toward truth, right? Given that art is a constant pursuit of something new. Now, in my mind, where it wasn't before, editing makes so much sense. It's taking something old, a truth that was once satisfying, and making it more true, making it better. Wombat got me on the early morning poem improvising for 10,000 channel points. This is gonna be great. I'll probably just break into it at some point. Las Vegas Slam sounds like a WWE event, like SmackDown. Here comes Imogen with the folding chair. Yeah, I mean, slam poetry, right? It sort of sounds combative, and I would say it is. People in slam are like really intense, and slam poets also write about just like the most insane shit, where they're like up on stage and talking about like the awful trauma that's happened in their life, and like really cutting the wrists open and bleeding on the floor, just hurting all over the microphone. I think it's great. It's very impressive. I would really like to, and the slam poem I wrote this morning sort of has like an inherent like a comedic and absurdist element, where it sort of spirals out of its own control and just becomes something nonsensical, which, I don't know, could prove advantageous from a competitive perspective, as one tries to differentiate oneself amongst, if you make someone laugh at a poetry slam, like that doesn't happen very often, right? A lot of crying, mostly. So So is that we need to laugh to cry. So I don't know. Okay, I'm supposed to improvise a poem. Uh, should I ask for words? Should I just get going? Should I word associate? I was like walking around my last night, this morning. I think it was this morning. I was like laying on my floor, word associating, and I was just like really really deep in it, just like saying random associated words at a sort of uh, what do we call it? A dirge like cadence. And I feel like I had some badass like ideas and some like sparks of inspiration, but I don't remember them. And an idea isn't really improvise now. It's a feel, you know. Isn't slam very good medium for comedy? I think it is. Uh, I don't think a lot of people engage with it. I think most slam poets are very like earnest. I don't think there's enough irony in slam. Enough people are not many people I think are willing to laugh, at least from the slams that I've been around. Or they'll drop it in to a predominantly earnest poem, right? Uh, yeah. How should I? There are all these things to consider, and you think too much, and then you don't feel. I just need to like land at a word that makes me feel, and then go. It's really hard, you know. Like, so I was doing this earlier. This is going to be me, fit Spider-Man somewhere in the poem. We're doing like the TikTok like those like freestyle rappers who are like they'll be like give me 5 words, right? I feel like yeah, slam can be very comedic. I just think it's underdone. Uh yeah, it's like those freestyle rappers who are like give me 5 words and then they like go through all the words, which I think actually helps the improvisation. So we can see if I get there. Overthinking has been on my mind lately. Yeah. Uh I've been thinking about thinking and overthinking. I've been thinking that I've been overthinking, and that sometimes we have to just fall into feeling, stop spinning the mental webs of lies that catch us in ourselves, looking back at our own eyes again and again, not able to unstick from the constant consideration to unpin the mental matriculation and get going. Go on. Get going. Stop thinking. Start feeling. Start swinging from those webs you've been spinning your whole life, building to building like Spider-Man. Do something heroic. Something kind, something cool, something that is something. Because the thoughts are just the underpinnings of action. They're just the web spinning of catching something to eat. Always gotta have the you know. But I feel like I could kind of go on like this, back and forth into conversation, then back into poetry, right? I could go from, you know, conversation to conservatory performance up on stage. But it's morning, it's early, it's hard to web swing. I'm slinging on the bed linens. Yeah, yeah, that's a euphemism right there. See, that's the thing. I'll also like see chat, and then like Callie said, be stoic, right? And then I wanted to put be stoic into the poem, and somehow get to stoic from like swinging, but then like they're sort of tonally incompatible and incongruent, incongruent. I like how you can just say words differently. It's kind of cool. It's all relative if you think about it enough. But then when you act, it all becomes reality when the, you know, yeah, Congress progresses to progress. The people stop protest. The potent power of governmental oversight shut down something, sitting in a circle voting, nothing, pointless, yesterday, words. That's just if I go in that direction, I'll spiral into just like word association and random shit. The Discord is an exclamation point Discord, but are you not? Maybe Messier isn't in the Discord. But the Discord can be navigated through that. Snap. I hope that was worth your 10,000 channel points to throw me off my game at the start of stream. A good way to wake up. I was kind of tired this morning, and like, oh, improvise a poem. It's like, gotta lock in, gotta ungeek, get locked in, focus, act, right? Action. Good. Action is good. That's been on my mind, right? The antidote to overthinking is acting, right? Action. Not acting in a performance sense, although that's sort of like that you can fake it till you make it. You can act like you're acting, and thus you're acting because it's perceived as doing and all of that, right? Now what you got to do is revise it from the FOD. You were just talking about process. That's true, right? I could go back to that one and do a action, overthinking, spinning, stuck, web slinging, Spider-Man hero performance. That could go slam. That could just be a honest, earnest, straight up slam poem. You know, be the hero, act, stop thinking. Yeah. Be the hero. Lotus, are we reading today? Yeah, of course we're reading today. Look at the stream title. You know, I've set rails for myself. And I will at least follow that rail for one iteration of that rail's duration. So now my head's all wordplay pilled, right? It's frames of mind. And when I go into one frame, I get stuck in the frame, and it messes everything up. And I can't shut up because I feel like I'm on a stage and a microphone and people watching me. I'm not just talking to me. It's not just, you're real. You're real when I'm being real. When I'm thinking, I'm not real. When I'm cerebral, you're ethereal. And, you know? You know? You know? The hardest book to read is Man. That's kind of a cold line, but I don't know. I think the hardest book to read is The Phenomenology of Spirit by Hegel. Hegel, he's the hardest philosopher, and Hegel, I get really hard when I look at this big hard book, and so hard and intelligent, and I want to fuck Ray Bradbury. That was a great. I watched that yesterday. I think that was you, Ishmael, who was putting that in chat. That's a banger video, genuine freaking art. Best wordplay I've ever seen is from the epic rap battles of history between Harry Potter and Luke Skywalker. Potter says your acting is flat and your raps are D2. That's crazy. Like, It's been so long since I've watched epic rap battles of history, but those things are like they have really really good writing and wordplay. Like it's very impressive. And those are like a those are really great like modern cultural artistic touchstone. I feel like I feel like I gotta go watch those now. Not now, not now. But you know, sometime, someday, someday. There are a lot of songs called "Someday," and I thought I was thinking about one, and then I'm not sure. Oh well, it's lost. It's untethered and floating away. Who has things submitted to the Discord? Who has stream submissions for me? Obviously, you just submitted one messier, right? But I don't think we read from you. I munch on grass. Welcome. You're also new. Now would be a great time for new people to submit their poems and be like, I'm new. It's novel. Read my thing because I've never had my stuff read on your stream. Pick me, pick me. That's what we're doing right now for anyone just coming in. It's pick me time. Everyone's raising their hand. The only fucking class I've ever seen where people raise their hand and like want to participate. That's pretty cool. Nikki, you always have something. You have two wombat, but relatively recent, and we read your stuff like two streams ago. Callie, I could get behind some novel Callie work. It's been a long time. I'm a pick me boy. Can I send in chat? So basically, the you do it in the Discord. You and it maybe you already joined. If oh right, I need to change the thing so you can join. I didn't do that last time. Hold on, I'll fix it. I think I can fix it genuinely right now. Which I think means I'll read Messier's poem. And then after that, I'll read either Callie or I Munch on Grass. And then how do I highest? So I can go to high. I can go to medium. We'll go to high moderation. We'll go to medium because I want people to be able to send stuff immediately. Okay, change moderation level. Might take a second, but now you should be able to join, unless I have it like otherwise set to restrict people in some way, but I don't think it is. Oh, you're in through it all. There's your poem. So you don't just there's a whole stream submissions forum, and that's where and you can read the guidelines too. I would love it if people read the guidelines, you know. Right. But yeah, there's a stream submissions forum. You make a new post, you put it in there, you tag it, you put in any potential questions you might have about the work, all of that, to keep things organized for my sake, because you know, I got to keep my sanity somehow. Messier, I want to read your poem. I'm stoked by poetry right now because we've been talking about poetry, so that's just a big fat L for the prose writers in chat, which, you know, Callie, I'm sorry, but poetry, deepest part of my heart, buried in my goddamn left ventricle, is poetry, and with every heartbeat it pushes beautiful word-played language through my veins down to the tips of my fucking toes. I love poetry. Prose exists like sort of around my right knee, you know. It's there, it's important. It holds up the whole machine, the divine machinery that is my universe perception made incarnate self-witnessing of all things. But you know, you know, poetry, if that's not the breath of God himself, whispering into my ear sweet nothings at night. I don't know what is. Uh, yeah, I don't know. I think I'm I think I'm getting more deranged. I've been watching a lot of Andy Kaufman like stand-up routines. He's this really like strange comedian who does these sort of absurd acts, and he's impossible to explain, but he's a genius. He's incredible. And I feel like I feel like I'm very quickly learning the degree to which life need not be taken so serious, and all of that kind of all that kind of jazz. You like jazz? Um, so you're getting you yeah. I don't know. I think streams should be less filtered. I think I think you know. I gotta bring back deranged Imogen. Your what toes? They're doing what to toes? You know what they're doing to toes. I used to be really deranged on stream because I was like mentally ill, and now I need to be deranged on stream again, but like in a fun way, you know, because it's fun. It's fun to just not care. It's fun to create and speak freely, to act in all directions, like a little spinning, like those things in like those things. You know what I feel like right now? So in Bloons Tower Defense 5, um, is what I so there's like the maybe third least expensive tower you can place, which isn't actually a monkey, and it's the pink circle that like shoots like tacks in all directions, right? Um, and it can be upgraded to one that like throws saws or like fire, right? Uh, that's how I feel, like throwing words and ideas in all directions, and then looking at the grotesque rubble that I've created around me, and I'm left to pick up the pieces of my own mental vomiting. That's life right there. Tax sprayer, it's ass. Yeah, it's ass, right? Because I'm a pitiful human. Do you think I'd be so like egotistical as to suggest that I am like the helicopter, or like the bomber, or like the banana farm? No, I'm not that guy. I'm not the Gatling gun, you know, is that's all I'm saying. I never thought I'd mention Bloons TD5 on stream, but here we are. I haven't, man, it's been so long. I was raised on that game. I mean, among all the other mobile games that I was raised on, that's like one of those cultural touchstone things. Imogen be the glue gunner. I love the glue gunner. Oh my gosh, the glue gunner is my goat. Um, but I don't know. I feel like it's the same as like the web shooting on the in the bed sheets, like the glue gunner. I don't know, you know. But the glue gunner has the same aesthetic quality as the tack sprayer, right? You're spewing shit into the world, and that's who I am. Does watch stream monkey tower defense game? What are you? You okay? You okay? Did you involve yourself in the kind of grass that you don't munch on? Are you okay? Imagine the glue that holds the cult together. That's beautiful. That's really, really powerful. That means so much to me. Let's read poetry. Let's not let Imogen go further off the rails. Messier 47. Uh, Brand new poet, new blood, new something unexpected. I have a question for you. I have a question, a big, important question. And the question is there anything you would like me to focus on as I read this poem? My question is, do you have any questions about this work? Any things you'd like to improve? any guiding thoughts or themes as I go into reading your work, in the interest of, giving like specific feedback and thoughts. The alternative is, of course, that you give me nothing, and I give you a very pure, innocent, unsullied reaction to the work, and I just read it and tell you what I think without any sort of priming. Those are your choices. Questions or no questions, both are okay. But if you don't have questions, letting me know would be very courteous. I would say, because then I won't be sitting here, staring at chat. But I also have to wait for some amount of time, because if you're typing questions, you're like furiously typing away, like, oh shit, I've got to like, also don't need to rush yourself. Rushing is crushing, as they say. They don't say that. But I really like the generic they. They say, Nah, I'm really interested in how you understand it, how anyone's first time interaction with this poem would translate it. Heck yeah, let's do it. Divinity for spare change. Fallen angels at the median, holding up a sign, forgotten by the common man, no doubt believing that signs from God ask too much from them. Except an expo marker and cardboard, they ask only this. Can you tell my mom? Can you call my mom? How much is the going rate of compassion? And mercy too. And feathers for the bus fare. Divinity for spare change. I like this. This has some beat in it, some beat poet, some blunt plain imagery and some urbanity to it, which I deeply appreciate. The beat poet, the beat generation, of course, also the sympathetic generation. I could see this being in the sphere of like Kerouac and Ginsberg and those kinds of things. But it's modern and different in its way. I love writing about the bus. I've written about change on the bus before. And so you're speaking to me on a thematic and symbolic level already. But let me read it again. Divinity for spare change. Fallen angels at the median, holding up a sign, forgotten by the common man, no doubt believing that signs from God ask too much from them. Except an expo marker and cardboard. They ask only this. Can you call my mom? How much is the going rate of compassion? And mercy too. And feathers for the bus fare. You say you think it's a bit ambiguous if the subject of the verb believing is fallen angels or from common man. I noticed that as well. And I don't think that's a problem. Right? I don't necessarily think that's a problem in my mind. Right, forgotten by the common man, no doubt believing that signs from God ask too much from them. So both the angels, we could read this two ways, right? And this is something to note, Messier, because if you're intending for one or the other, you might want to consider, right, making it more overt. But if you like the vagueness, then that's fine, because I think the vagueness is cool, right? Are the angels believing, or are the common man believing? Right? Fallen angels at the median holding up a sign, forgotten by the common man. And then it's the fallen angels, no doubt believing that signs from God ask too much from them. Or fallen angels at the median, forgotten by the common man, who no doubt believes, right, that signs from God ask too much from them. So, fallen angels, right? And maybe actually like understanding who these fallen angels are and understanding the meaning slightly clears up the ambiguity. Uh I like how you hint at who they are a number of ways without saying overtly. I think it's, I also think it's clearly signaled enough that we're pretty obviously talking about homeless people standing on medians asking for money. At least to my analytically experienced brain, it's fairly obvious. If it's not obvious to you, that's fine. We're gonna go through it, right? Divinity for spare change. Fallen angels at the median, holding up a sign. So, right, we can imagine literally someone standing at a median holding a sign, right? Forgotten by the common man, ignored, not seen, no doubt believing that signs from God, the signs held by the fallen angels, ask too much from them. This sort of like attitude of, the common, the relatively wealthy, although the common themselves are not so far from these fallen angels, which I think is a interesting sort of contextual cultural layer here. Ask too much, right? This tendency of the regular, I won't say regular, right? That's not a very kind way to frame that. But the more fortunate have a tendency to look down upon the unfortunate, uh, as though like the homeless person on the median is guilting them. They look away, right? We do this. We look away, and it's very tragic. Um, I try to at least give people a nod. I think that's better. But, this feeling, this sign from God, please help, God bless, whatever. We see these things. Jesus loves you. Sometimes we see on the signs. There's often a lot of faith there amongst the American homeless person with their signs, which is a curious thing, but also understandable in a lot of ways. And then, except in expo marker and cardboard, right? So we're fleshing out these signs in terms of what they are. They are made of cardboard and marker, which is, the kind of sign that this sort of individual would be holding up most likely. They ask only this, right? Can you call my mom? And I've been volunteering before with a local organization in Vegas. We give out food and stuff. I haven't volunteered in a few months with them, unfortunately. But one time, right, we were giving someone a meal, and they're like, "Hey, can I use your phone to call my mom so I can get home, so I can get a bus?" Uh, we ended up, helping him call, and hopefully he got home, right? He also said, like, "God bless you, thank you so much." Um, how much is the going rate for compassion and mercy too? And feathers for the bus fare. I think this feathers for the bus fare line is really curious, and I'm actually not sure I understand it yet. How much is the going rate for compassion and mercy, right? Fairly simple, right? This sort of like, can you spare $1, right? Uh, how much does that cost? And the funny thing about this line, right, is it sort of costs the amount of whatever is chosen, which is kind of a cool thing about this, right? The going rate is chosen. The going rate can be non-monetary. The going rate can be like talking to someone, right? And yet, even the most sort of inexpensive, small amount of giving is too much, as though, perhaps these things are not tied to amount and they're tied to someone else. Feathers, birds, freedom. Yeah, feathers definitely have this birds and freedom thing. They're also naturally going to be associated with our Christian angels, right? With our wings. Uh, so there's something there, and yeah, birds, freedom, angels also have this uh, sort of notion of freedom, maybe through the bird association and just sort of the glomming together of those symbolic spaces. Um, but also, you know, they're associated with, sort of messages from God. They're associated with that sort of salvation slash heaven. And maybe the idea that, this bus fare, this mercy, this compassion are a sort of like salvatory force, salvation, right? Because compassion and mercy are the Christian salvation, right? With Christ and all of that. And then the bus fare is, the going rate, is the compassion, is the mercy, the actionable compassion. And how much they ask? Oh, they ask feathers. So this is a question. I see. They ask only this: can you call my mom? How much is the going rate for compassion and mercy too? And feathers for the bus fare. And I see what we do here structurally to sort of communicate that, right? We have all of the questions on the same line. We have this and mercy too, sort of like, I think the way it's presented almost makes it feel quieter in a sense. Um, can you call my mom? How much is the going rate for compassion and mercy too? And feathers for the bus fare, right? This being indented sort of makes it like float here in a soft kind of space. At least from that's how it kind of feels like it's tacked on, added, all of that. Now that I think of it, I'm not sure the Bible ever actually states that angel wings have feathers. They could be leathery. That'd be wild. Yeah, I mean, we have like the biblically accurate angels with like the eyes and flames and swords, right? But not super relevant because the Christian aesthetic goes beyond the text, as with all the religions, really. Where the aesthetic sort of broadens beyond the original thing. That's something that happens outside of religion. You think of the American aesthetic, right? So let's read this again. I'm gonna keep reading it. It's short. It's nice. When we have short poems, we can kind of keep rereading that. Right. Christian aesthetic as white Jesus. Divinity for spare change. Fallen angels at the median. This fallen angels line is neat. This fallen angels thing, right? A fallen angel is something that was once pure, once holy, once heavenly, and is now, well, they've been cast out, is I think specifically the kind of language used in the Christian tradition, right? The angel gets cast out by God. I think that leads to a couple interesting interpretations here. There's a large population of homeless Americans who are veterans, right? And while I'm not personally inclined to describe someone who has served, the sort of American imperial project as an angel, we do have this sort of cultural thing of the deification of soldiers, right? I mean, they're the armies of the Lord if America is the great Christian nation of the world, right? And God, right? There's a whole extended metaphor here, right? If the veterans are the angels, then America is God. Then it is God who has cast them out of heaven after they served God, right? And then they've fallen into the sin of America, the cardinal sin of America being poverty, right? And then, are left at the bottom in hell. Alternatively, right, to be cast out by God We say it here, right? Forgotten by the common man. So this could also be a cultural casting out, not of specifically the veteran, but just generally of the homeless person who, or even the beggar, right? Rather than the homeless person. uh, they could have a home, but a cultural outcasting where, to be among wealthy society is to be angel, right? To live the dream, the American dream, and then to fall from that place. I mean, it's interesting because that sort of makes the thing that like America is heavenly in a way, and that's really cool, right? Because there is this perception of the ideal America, of the American dream, of wealth, of this sort of opulent and archaic vision of this nation that is not real. And I think, fundamentally, this poem maybe shows that sort of hypocrisy, right? That there's not much different between this person and this person. Uh, and yet it is something that is akin to being cast down from heaven into a hell. It is so unbelievably difficult, right, to recover from like living on the streets. There are so many factors pushing against one. It's clawing out of hell, right? Because there is, so many struggles. One, like culturally, right? In terms of like the bureaucracy of like getting an ID and actually being able to then get a job and then get a house. There's just like the regular, there's the safety of it. That being, having your shit stolen or cops, right? There's like the recidivism problem, where you'll go to prison and then you'll end up on the street, and then you'll go to prison and you'll end up on the street, right? There's, drug use, which is not to the fault of these people. Uh, I mean, there's like the 50-year long project of America, the American government supporting the import of drugs into America and the selling of those things in underserved and inner city and, black predominantly places, right? So all of this, right, uh, is the hell that one has been cast to. The sort of underpinning of this, the cultural and contextual reality. Uh, and then there's a heaven that's not much better, which is maybe one of the tragedies of this poem. If you look at it from like the cultural broad, uh, all homeless people context versus like the specifically veteran context. Uh, so there's all that. There's a part of me that leans toward like the veteran thing because they're like more often the ones you'll see where they'll have their Korean War veteran hat on, and they'll have the God sign because that's like a predominantly Christian demographic, is like the man who fought in war for America. But that's not always the case. So I think I'd rather see this poem ultimately as something that's kind of sympathetic to all, because I'd rather read a poem that way, broader. People will be saying homeless people should get a job instead of begging, and then employers won't hire a homeless guy, then the homeless guy is arrested for sleeping, right? Are you sure it's not just boomers in general that are Christian, right? It could be that, yeah, that it's just older people. Although there are lots of young people on the streets who are very Christian as well. I think you see this because like a lot of the charity organizations are Christian. Like you do have like the Salvation Army and all these things. I mean, churches do a lot of work with like food banks and stuff. And I think that I wouldn't be surprised if that is something that contributes to like the Christianity of the population. Now that's just speculation that I can't really be particularly certain on, and that just goes way out into this cultural speculation that I think takes us too many steps removed from the poem for my interest. Uh, so all that came from me trying to read it again and not getting past the first line. Divinity for spare change. Fallen angels at the median, holding up a sign, forgotten by the common man, no doubt believing that signs from God ask too much from them. I like your enjambment here. I don't talk about enjambment that much, but I like your enjambment. Maybe that's part of what makes it feel kind of beat. Fallen angels at the median, right? Just like sort of like striking, evocative visual first line. Holding up signs, comma, forgotten, right? And then we sort of see this by and we anticipate this line falling into the by the common man, no doubt believing, and we fall again that signs from God are asking too much from them. And then a turn with the stanza, right? Except an expo marker and cardboard. They ask only this. And maybe this is like, this is just fine. Nothing too exciting about the enjambment. I really like it in the first stanza. Can you call my mom? How much is the going rate for compassion and mercy too? I like how this is really cool. Your like capital M's line up visually because of this enjambment choice, right? And you sort of bring these capital letters like visually closer together. I like how bus fare is capitalized. That's a great artistic choice, right? Sure, we have like God capitalized, but then like I love the use of capitalization in poems like regarding Christianity because it grammatically brings something up to the level of, you know, capital G God, capital C Christ, capital H He, right? Him. Uh so then, you know, mom becomes this salvation, right? Akin to mercy and compassion. Something lost, something one has also fallen from. And then bus fare, right? Just to be able to go somewhere else, just to be able to travel. And I think, yeah, to have that freedom of feathers, right? Becomes a salvatory act. They just raised the bus fare in Las Vegas. Or they're raising it. I'm not sure if they've implemented it. I haven't been leaving the house because it's summer. It's really hard for people in summer in Vegas. It gets to 120 degrees outside, 40 above 40 for the Celsius users, and like there are people without like we have a huge, huge unhoused population in Vegas. It's fucking awful. Anyway, uh, certainly a a specific topic that uh, I'm very very passionate and sympathetic toward. You associated feathers with angels, yeah, angels and birds, right? Wombat said birds, but I also think, and I think, probably within this poem, it's more angelic, but this idea of birds and freedom is sort of seeps into the angel feather thing, right? Doves as well, right? The angel feathers evoke the Christian dove of the Holy Spirit, so they're not too far away from each other either way. Do angels have a gender? I think in the Bible there are definitely male angels because there's Gabriel and there's the other ones. I don't know if there are any female angels in the Bible. No idea. Their gender is Tilda Swinton. Who's Tilda Swinton? I like how you did Tilde Swinton. Tilde. Is this like a person who played an angel in a... Oh, she's in that show, right? She's in that show. think she's in that show, right? That show. Yeah, it's a really great that show. What, you know? I look up Gabriel in Constantine. Okay, maybe she's not in that show then. Whatever. White Witch from Narnia. Oh wait, Gabriel in Constant. Wait, they had her play Angel Gabriel. That's badass. Wait, let me see. Let me see. Hold on. Oh my gosh. Wait. Share screen. Uh, Yo, wait, that's like gender as fuck. That's like gender. That's super gender. Right? Anyway, I'm sure there were like some trans masks out there who really just like that movie did it for them, or whatever that is, if that's a show or a movie. uh DuckDuckGo. Yeah. Yeah, I use Helium browser, which defaults to DuckDuckGo. Because I'm weird like that. White Witch from Narnia too. I see. Oh yeah, that's who she is. Okay. Um. So, so angels are gender. Angels are gender. Angels are gender. Uh. Opera. Oh, opera. I feel like opera's too like bloated. At least that's what I've heard. I've never used it, but I use Helium because it's like a super light browser, ultra light browser. Because while I'm streaming, I don't want to use any more processing and RAM than I have to. So, like Chrome was eating my computer while I streamed. So, yeah. I don't know if Opera's ultralight. I feel like it has all these features like relating to gaming that I don't care about though. So, dunno. Okay, back to the poem. Getting distracted by angels and gender and Tilda Swinton and all of that. um. Okay, so we talked about homelessness and America and God and veterans and angels and freedom and bus fares and enjambment, which I think works well in your first stanza and your capitalization. Fallen angels at the median, holding up a sign, forgotten by the common man. I like how sympathetic this poem is. Right? Like this poem is really sympathetic. Or empathetic? Not sure which word I'm exactly looking for. And I don't know if that comes from a place of like experience or like being close to people, but I won't ask unless you know, have some sort of connection that you'd like to share. But it feels like it's very hard to write about people who are struggling when you haven't experienced their pain. So if you haven't experienced their pain, I think this poem is very impressive, right? Fundamentally, framing them as fallen angels, right? I think shows that this person is like in some way sort of fundamentally like good and pure and human. And this poem looks at, you know, sort of the common man in a negative light. Now, at the same time, right? Uh, it's interesting, right? Because there's a part of me that really wants in I mean, there's so many ways to write a poem, right? And there's this notion of like an activistic piece of art, something that's like calling for change, activistic, right? Wants to change something, wants to like expose some injustice. And I actually don't think this poem feels activistic, because it actually doesn't point to, at least not directly. Like, I feel like activistic work, maybe it's because I have hung around slam poets a bunch, like has this way of like directly calling something out. I mean, maybe it doesn't have to, right? This is obviously like calling out an injustice in a system and like demonstrating that very clearly on the page. Um, it does a really good job with this feeling, right? No doubt believing that signs from God ask too much from them. I think that's a fucking banger. Like that's my favorite part of this poem, I think. Um, so it's describing guilt, right? Of like someone sitting in their car looking at the person at the median, and it doesn't totally engage with like larger like big structural level problems like why this person is here and all of this stuff I listed over here that got me all riled up. And I think that's okay. I think I like that because like a poem like this points to the injustice and lets the reader kind of do the rest of this work. I wonder if that's like that choice is interesting as an artist. I'm just thinking out loud now. That choice is interesting to not kind of in this didactic way almost call out like, you know, the reality and the context and include that because this leaves your reader to fill it in, right? When you're vague. This isn't a criticism, it's just an observation. And your reader, someone who like knows, you know, maybe the sort of context of this person as victim of a god, victim of something out of their control that has just cast them out because of all these reasons. I think gets more out of this poem. I think there are people who, like, if someone read this poem and wasn't particularly aware, right, of like the nuances of, you know, homelessness in America and all the reasons that these people, like you said earlier, Wombat, the boomer who will say like, well, why don't they just get a job instead of living on the street and begging, right? When they're getting right like shot at by cops and stuff. um, like I wonder how this poem reads to that person. I wonder, you know, if they see this. I mean, I don't know if that person is reading poetry, but, you know, for the sake of the thought experiment, like, does the sympathy or does the empathy feel different for that person? Thinking about this poem read through the eyes, right, of your sort of boomer Christian is a really fascinating thing to do. To empathize with someone who wouldn't read this poem and wouldn't interpret this poem in the way that I think you want it to be interpreted, Messier. And, you know, maybe that's a big assumption of me thinking that you want this poem to be sympathetic to to homeless people, but I do think it reads as such very, very clearly to me. So if we read this through the eyes of like the boomer Christian who wants the homeless person to pick themselves up by their bootstraps, right? They see fallen angels at the median, holding up a sign, forgotten by the common man, no doubt believing that signs from God ask too much of them. And maybe that's where that ambiguity becomes dangerous. That's kind of interesting, right? We mentioned this ambiguity. The homeless person, right, believes that signs from God ask too much from them, right? There's a really twisted, horrible reading of this poem that that says homeless people should have more faith, right? Divinity for spare change. You know, believe better in God and you'll get saved. That's kind of a horrible, awful way to read this poem. Uh, but I actually think one could twist the text as such. Now, I don't want to read it that way, but, you know, to continue the observation, except an expo marker and cardboard, right? The only sign from God is the one they'll accept for their own advantage. What a fucked up way to read this poem, but it is a reading. They ask only this: can you call my mom? How much is the going rate? Right? It almost says like, ah, huh, right? If someone were to read this poem and take it the wrong way, like we suspect a boomer would, it goes to show more about them than any flawed logic in my poem. Oh, absolutely. I think that's absolutely true, Messier. Uh, I've just never thought about analyzing a poem in that way, and I'm always looking for new ways to reframe poems, so it's kind of excites me. um, yeah, it's horribly illogical. It's ignoring so much about reality to read the poem in that way, and it's illogical and kind of closed-minded. Uh, and maybe this, and I think this poem uh, is written in such a way that maybe someone like that with a closed mind probably could read it and be like, huh, maybe I should have a little more compassion. Maybe I, whatever. So, yeah, just for the sake of thought experiment is neat. In my city, unfortunately, the begging is run by a ring that monopolizes territory and doesn't let people keep most of what people give them. That's insane. I've never heard of that happening. That's sounds. I mean, it makes sense, right? That's the human sort of brutality, and desire to, right, like put someone above and another person below. Um, yeah, y'all are talking about angels and Nephilim, which I'm sure is a great conversation that I'm not gonna catch up on. I think there's a came out as not cishet and kicked out of Christian household reading of this poem. Right, the homeless queer person, right, kicked out of the house. Will certainly entertain this interpretation because it's Pride Month. Uh, fallen angels at the median, right? Fallen angel was Christian, was welcomed by the arms of the Lord, now is fallen, now is not, is excommunicated from the family and the church and everything they've had and loved, holding up a sign, forgotten by who? Everyone in their life, their family, their church, their support. Um, by the common man, no doubt believing that signs from God ask to. So that's cool. It actually splits this in half. There's a reading of this that splits the line in half. The common man, the family, no doubt believing that signs from God ask too much from them, right? The family believes that this person, believes that God is asking too much from them. Sort of like a projection onto that. Except an exo marker and cardboard, they ask only this, and the rest is maybe all the same, right? Exo marker, can you call my mom? I'm not sure if the can you call my mom entirely. I mean, maybe it does, right? Just the notion of having mom in the poem brings family, right, and that sort of feeling into the poem, and the specific separation of being away from family. I'm not exactly sure these people want to go back to their parents in most, if not all, cases, but no, I think that is a nice alternate reading, right? How much is the going rate for compassion and mercy too is, just the same, and feathers for the bus fare. Yeah, that's a great alternate reading. That's cool. I don't know if there are any other alternate readings. I guess we've covered like 5 ways this poem could be interpreted or something, and there are probably others. There are probably others to find. Uh, and I like that it has that leeway, right? When you just present, this is a cool thing, right? This poem is basically presenting a symbol, right? The whole poem is an extended symbol. We could think about it as such, where this poem is image of homeless person, scene of homeless person. And the whole thing can kind of be abstracted as that symbol. And then that symbol, on its own, right? If we think about that as a symbol, right, it can be, like inequality and system failure. And we can read this through a sort of like, modern reading this poem as a vessel to express something. We can see it as a symbol of like personal failure, right? And then this is the unsympathetic bad person reading, right? And then we can see that as a symbol, of spirituality and homelessness as like a queer thing and as a symbol that points toward that specific experience. And we can read the poem as such. And then we can see the symbol of homeless person on the median as a thing to do with like veterans, and we can read it as such, right? So in that way, right, these almost like, that's kind of cool if we can take a work and abstract it, which not all works we can do. This is a kind of a cool exercise, right? Take a work and abstract it to its fundamental symbolic content, its main visual, uh, uh, object, and then look at what that symbol itself can point to, right? The homeless person as a symbol, right? And we think about that can point to like society. It can, all of these things, personal failure. It can point toward, right, the veteran. It can point toward, just sort of like a blanket, like human suffering, maybe something to do with like the modern world. It can just be sort of, I mean, unfortunately, we also use this as a symbol for like danger and like dirtiness and all of those things, in like a sort of stereotyping manner. Uh, Not that that's good, but then we think about this like homeless person as symbol of like danger and dirt, and I think that's also why using something like a fallen angel is such a nice choice here, right? Because this has an association with uncleanness, and yet there's like a fundamental purity of angels, right? That's kind of, uh, I think that's why that works so well, why that line works so well, because of that kind of expansion of the idea, a pseudo subversion. A paraphor, you've used that word before, Ishmael, but I don't remember what it is, and I don't like literary terms. Symbol works in almost all situations that anything else does. Um, a purity of angels is a banger of a title. I like Divinity for Spare Change. I don't think that's a bad title either. Um, right, this idea of like the transactionality of giving, and maybe that's something, a particular theme that we even didn't talk about. Oh, not for this. I see. Yeah. Um, right, the transactionality of giving. Ah, wait, that's good. That's really good, right? Giving is fundamentally non-transactional, right? Goes in a single direction, right? That's the idea of Christ, right? Christ um, gives, right? Entirely. Doesn't take anything. And so when we frame it, how much is the going rate of compassion, right? The idea signs from God ask too much of them. It's saying that, like, sort of in an American society, faith is commodified and giving is commodified, such that, like, compassion only happens when there's, like, a personal advantage, which maybe even reframes the commoner as, like, similarly crushed by this transactional existence or something. Very cool. Starting to spiral around ourselves a little bit. Just a little bit. You're back. What did you miss? Just, scribbles. I don't know where you left, but a poem by Messier, if you've been gone for that long. It's a banger title. Divinity for Spirit Change. Yeah, right? Wouldn't it be fun to call a group of angels a purity? Right, like a murder of crows, a purity of angels, a reckoning of angels. There you go. It reminds me of this article I read, Holiness as a Consumer Good and Sustainable Moral Development. That title is, yeah, that's like the academic version of this title, right? Holiness as consumer good and sustainable moral development, divinity for spare change, right? They're, like, basically the same. Anyway, that's some thoughts. A wee little look into this poem. At this point, Messier, since you had some of my honest and earnest and hopefully interesting reaction to this poem, do you have any questions? Do you have any thoughts? Does anyone else have questions? Questions for Messier? Does Messier have questions for chat? It doesn't usually work to ask chat questions. Questions for me, chat questions for me, Messier, all those things, I can ask chat if they had if anyone has favorite lines. That's an easy question for you all. I'm big on no doubt believing that signs from God ask too much from them, but to each his or her or theirs or own or fair pronouns and shit. Yeah, maybe not. The title is just so badass. Yeah, it's a reasonable thing. I love comparing the signs from God to the signs they carry. Yeah, that's a really clever move, right? Holding up a sign, signs from God. You have these nice kind of parallel things going on. It's good. Yeah. Oh my gosh, my math brain sees median and suddenly wants mean and mode to appear. Yeah, right? Mean, median, and mode. No questions. Thank you so much for your thoughts. This was so fun. Would like to say the feathers for the bus fare line is a direct reflection of the title. Right. Divinity for spare change, feathers. So it's a conclusion, right? It wraps us back to the beginning. That's very clever. I do like that quite a bit. Now that you point to it, yeah, blank for blank. Feathers, divinity. Good work. Good work. Seems like that's all, so I'll read it again. One more time. One more time. Divinity for spare change. Fallen angels at the median, holding up a sign, forgotten by the common man, no doubt believing that signs from God ask too much from them. Except in expo marker and cardboard, they ask only this. Can you call my mom? How much is the going rate of compassion? And mercy too. And Feathers for the bus fare. Divinity for spare change. By Messier. First poem you've sent to stream. An excellent debut. Thank you so much for submitting. And it's an honor to read your work, to read everyone's work. And it's truly a admirable, beautiful thing that you all do, sending your work, and you are included in that. Messier, the courage to send a poem to be read on the internet in front of relative strangers is probably more than relative strangers, just strangers. I'm a stranger. I'm a stranger. Yeah, don't take candy from me. But take poetry advice, because I can't poison that. I could poison that. I could poison my poetry advice with little tidbits that could be misinformation about how to live your life, and I could send you all into depressive spirals of self-hate as artists. I think y'all are probably smart enough to know that to know good advice from bad advice, though. So I won't try that. You can trust me as the leader around here. Thoughts on spelling the last word fair for the double? I don't think I like it at all. Wombat. Feathers for the bus fare, right? There's like, is that fair? But nah, too clever. I think too clever for such an earnest poem. There's not very much wordplay around. I guess there's the sign wordplay, but there's none of that like single word wordplay. And it'd be like, I feel like I'd read it as a typo, you know, like honestly, even with a very open mind, I'd be like, I don't think for me the double meaning is strong enough. Like, you have like fairness and compassion, and you know, feathers for the bus, fair, but like, I don't know, not for me. You liked it. Gorgeous and heart-wrenching piece. Yeah. A snippet, such a concrete image, such a, you know, a moment. I like poems that are a moment, and that one definitely is. And brief, compassionate toward me as the streamer, not making me read so many words like these just horrible unethical prose writers who send me lovely works to read at length. I mean that with the utmost levity. Keep sending me prose. Always send me prose. Me next. Yeah. No patience, Ray. Rushing right into it, trying to stake your claim. Munch on Grass was first. Guess we have to read theirs. That's funny. I should have like I should make first like infinitely redeemable, and then that can be like the bit that you're like, I was first. I asked first. You're like redeeming first. I was first. No, I was first. Slow down and say that again. I'm not explaining anything right now, Wombat. I was saying, I feel like that's a dangerous redeem to have. People can just like do that in the middle while I'm talking and like throw me off my game. Explain the first? Okay. Yeah, I feel like that redeem maybe has to come with a message. So the first thing is only redeemable once per stream, right? And it's like first, you know, you go into chat first, you redeem first. But if I had it be infinitely redeemable, right? So there's not a single redemption of first, and y'all could just continually redeem first for one channel point, I could conceive of a joke where y'all are saying me, and then someone's like, no, I was first, and they redeem first. But then first is redeemable again, so then, you know, everyone could keep redeeming it and argue over who was first with no real repercussion and use all your channel points. Now, that's me explaining a joke. So it was more funny in my head as I imagined the situation. And I'm certainly no comedian, but I think that'd be kind of clever. I cannot tell you how many times I was actually first and didn't get the redeem. Yeah. You can do it almost 77,000 times. That's crazy. That's crazy. Hey, Ray, how many channel points do you have? I don't know. Like maybe I wonder if Ray or Nikki has more. You two have got to be like the top two though in terms of those. Maybe. Mm, damn, y'all are close. It's really impressive. Should I make 100,000 for you guys to save up to? I don't know what I would do. It would need to be something like real impactful. That's like months of viewership. Write me a song. Write a poem for the viewer. That would be that's a great pinnacle of parasociality. It'd be like, you can save up your channel points and I'll write you a poem. It's like the reading smut in DMs that we were talking about 2 streams ago, right? I don't really know what to do with the points. Right, I have no redeems. Like, you can make me improvise a bunch of poetry, but at a certain point, I'd be like, Ray, just stop. 100K perform my poem while playing chords on the piano. That's what I want to get to. I want to get to be able like to just improvise around chords while doing poetry, just sort of according to the feelings, right? That'd be awesome. That's like an actual goal of mine, um, as a poet, but I can't do it yet. So 50K spin the wheel. Then I have to come up with more things, Wombat. You're making my life harder. Um, but I don't have a. Oh, you're talking about exercise stuff, Callie? Wait, where's your? I want to throw reflex balls to the wall and catch them while juggling a foot bag on a balance board, but I don't have a foot bag, so I tried using a 1.5 pound weight. Oh my god, Callie. Um, I can do the throwing a ball at the wall while standing on like a Bosu ball. I think it's a really fun thing. I can't juggle, but I can toss a ball between my hands on a slack line, which is like really good coordination practice for something. Like, I don't know why I do that. It's really funny. I like go be on the slack line and I'm like balancing and like I'm like getting better at something, you know? The sort of fatal improvement of an artist. Just let me make this harder for myself, you know? I don't know. We're gonna take a break. Evil shit. A break. But a break doesn't have to be so bad. A break can mean you can stand up. You can liberate yourself from the screen that you've been glue gunned to for the last hour and 27 minutes and 57 seconds since stream started. Since I know y'all are just locked in, entirely attentive on my stream the whole time, because I'm a radiant, glowing, beautiful soul that you just can't keep your eyes off of. But we need to break that off. We need to calm down. Detox. So 3 minute break. Don't look at the screen. Stand up, walk, move, water, do a little exercise. Something good for you. Anything good for you. Do something good for you. You deserve good. Good is good. Yeah. Good is good. I'll be back in a few minutes. I will. Yep. We're still here. I'm back. I had a great break. I don't know if y'all had a great break. Mastermind is back. That's me. The mastermind, the poetic genius, the brightest minds of my generation. Three of them are right here. Said plays the piano at the same time blindfolded. I feel like the piano blindfolded thing doesn't seem like that hard. Okay, as a someone learning piano, right, who's not good at piano yet, because I've been doing my scales, right, and I had this first experience of the proprioception of where a key was. I was playing my F major scale, okay, and I'm going down the scale, and I'm like, I could feel in space where the B flat was. And I'm like, oh, like I know this because of the pattern. It's not until later, right? And then I'm like, then you cross over and hit it with the the bam, right? With the finger. uh, and it's like with the saxophone, right? Um, you know, when I was learning piano, I was really struggling to like learn like basically reading the music, and I'm still struggling to learn reading the music. Because I've played so much saxophone that G isn't G anymore in my brain. Okay, G is this. G is a feeling. G has ceased to be information. Like when people say, like the instrument as the extension of the body, right? Like I no longer have to think, right? D major scale. It just goes up and down. Right? There's no intellectual experience there. And like pianists practice not looking at the keys, like at the beginning. So then the blindfold is really just like proof of memorization, right? Where like, okay, it's memorized. um, but memorizing music, I think it's better, right? Because then you just play better. Memorizing poetry, blindfolded Rubik's cube is insane. That's pretty crazy, right? But I mean, you're memorizing like, I mean, these people practice to where the whole algorithm happens in their head very quickly, and then you can look at like three faces or all the faces, right? And like basically know all the steps. I mean, it's incredible the computation, right, that happens into the future. Uh, that you can like be like, oh, I just need to, and it's done, right? That's bonkers. But at that point, it's also just like memorizing algorithms, right? And memorizing motions. It's very almost rote at that point, right? You have to essentially memorize the location and orientation of 26 pieces. Yeah, and very impressive. I used to be able to solve the second layer blindfolded. That's very cool. I've only ever been able to solve the second layer. Never gotten to, never solved Rubik's Cube before. Because I insisted on never looking up or learning from someone else the like algorithms. So, where's my Rubik's Cube? Should be here, right? Where's my Rubik's Cube? I thought I had it out. I have like a little spot over there on my table where I keep like genuine toys. Like I have the kendama and like the hacky sack, right? Um, and there have been periods of my life where I've intentionally scheduled in like go play with a toy, you know? Go like be a child for a little bit and just like play with the kendama or the Rubik's cube or like keep the hacky sack in the air. Um, I think that's a very useful thing to do. Have you seen the Demon Core kendama video? No, I was never a big kendama person. I can just like get it up, not first try, I guess. There's pressure on stream, right? But I can do that. Oh, You know, like that's about the extent of my kendama abilities, but failing right now. You know, yeah, I'm getting, yeah, I don't know. There, oh, this so close. I'm gonna get that. I'm gonna get that before we go on to more poetry. This is what everyone came for, right? I don't know. It's really fun to just like, guys, look at that. Now we can go back. Now we go back. Now we go back. Now we can... Look at that. Fucking awesome. Playtime. Yeah. Playtime. Aura moment. Yeah, when I chained those. Crazy. I'm a... Yeah. Pulling bitches right now. There's the Spaniard band with one member that plays the trumpet with one hand and the guitar with other. That's crazy. Like how Battles had two guitar players do the same guitar and keys at the same time. That's pretty badass. People do two saxophones at the same time. Where you, I don't have both my saxophones out, so I can't. But you put both them in your mouth, and then you just do the left hand on each one, and you can play at least like two note kind of chords or whatever. That's basically Embudo, not Embudo, and Volque. So that's probably just the South American equivalent. Two sax at the same time sounds insane. It sounds bad is what it sounds. Ah, thank you. We clipped me doing kendama, so now when I raid the occasional person who has the raid thing that shows the clip, there will be a small chance that they just get me doing the kendama. I really don't like that. Like I have so many bad clips from my stream that are just like in the history of my clips, right? And like so I'll stream and it'll be like some random shit from like 2 years ago, and it's like, what is going on, because I'm so unclippable, right? I'm genuinely, because I just like ramble on these 10-year long sentences. Like it's almost like sometimes it feels like the whole stream is one sentence and everything is just the very dependent on the context of the thing before, and it's all this great cosmic unfolding of truth. And then like you pull out a 30-second segment and you're left with the misery of contextual vacancy. And yeah, that's my self-consciousness for sure. Mind spill of a stream. Yeah, we're spilling all over, spilling and glue gunning and web slinging. And let's read a fucking poem. Munch on Grass, you're still here, right? Shall we read yours? Shall we continue with the novelty of new poets? It looks like you sent two things. So you have Through It All I'll Be Waiting, and then you have Keep Me Waiting for My Prayers Unanswered. I think those are different poems, right? Or are they like, is it like a diptych, like connected? Prepare for corniness, that's fine. Are they different poems? Which one would you like me to do? Or am I left to choose? Amaze us. Amaze balls. Yeah. Do the shorter one? Okay. It is very brief. It is very brief. Love little brief things. We'll see how much we have to say about a brief poem. Brief poems can go two ways, I think. Sometimes I read them. I'm like, all right, got it. Sometimes I read them and we talk about them for like 2+ hours. So that's the dichotomous reality of this sort of thing. What is happening? Why aren't you working? Why aren't you iPad is being strange. You wrote it like 3 minutes ago? That's badass. Um, are you How long have you been writing poetry? I think you mentioned that you heard about Stream from a friend and you want to improve your poetry. Are you new to poetry or have you been uh not new to poetry or you know, that's a question. A couple months like here and there. Okay, so we are talking new poet. Very, very, very young in your writing experience. Heard stream. Okay, gotcha. From Messier. Bad ass. You're very new. That's super cool. Uh, it makes me so happy. Okay, young poet. Yes. Young poet. Young Munch. That's your rapper name right there. It makes me really, really happy, okay, to see people who are new to writing, to poetry, to art, whatever, sharing, right? Because sharing your work is a skill, okay? Every time anyone sends a poem on stream, you're developing a skill to share your work. And that's a skill that takes time to develop, okay? So, and what some people do, right? What some poets do, which is, not like a horrible bad thing, but it is a thing that some people do, is they start out their poetic career. That's also why I'm not clippable. I just words. And they start writing, and they probably start and they're like writing a ton of poetry, and this will fluctuate as time goes on, but like it's always going up because we're writing poetry. We're getting more experience on this axis, right, over time. Bringing math into it, right? This line is writing, that one. And a lot of people, right, in their poetic career will start out writing a lot and they like won't share for a while because they're like, I'm nervous. I don't want to share my poetry. I'm nervous. I'm terrified. Maybe they'll like find a friend who they start to share it with, and that's really good, right? And then they're practicing, and that's actually usually what encourages someone to like maybe go to the stage. They'll start sharing with a friend, and they're like, okay, I shared it with my friend and it went well. Now I can go like share it on an open mic, and then they do that, right? And then some people get terrified and they go back to not sharing for a while. Maybe they even like lose experience because if you're not doing something, you sort of go backwards. And then you get to like writing you really like, right? And you have lots of experience and you're like, these are bangers, right? And then like, I really love this poem. I want to perform it. And you go up on stage and you're like, shit, I suck at performing. I suck at sharing. I suck at actually giving my work to someone. Maybe you're still at a point where you wrote something you really, really like and you're too nervous to even like show it to a friend, right? And so when we start sharing early, right, we begin developing our sharing experience along with our writing experience, right? They kind of happen more parallel because we're going to keep sharing stuff as we write it. And I think that's good because art is completed by sharing. Someone who stays down here forever is missing out on a lot as an artist, right? That's a preamble. Gotta have a whole a separate context preamble to pad out the short poem. I kid. But yeah, it makes me very happy. So I'm really glad that you've sent it. And the best advice to someone who's new at an art is to keep doing it, keep writing and keep sharing, right? I'm pretty sure the second and longer poem was like my third poem. You've written 6 poems total. And so if you just wrote this one, then this would be your 6th letters. Fuck. 6th poem ever. That's fucking sick. Okay. Brand new. It has no title, I believe you said, right? Right, and with that, you get the variable and derivative of the poem. Uh, I've talked about this before on stream a long time ago. We were graphing stories, and I brought up the idea of the derivative of a story, because a story has like a narrative arc, right? Of like things are happening and then things slow down and then all of that, right? And when you take the derivative of that, right, you're looking at the slope. So then you're essentially graphing the acceleration of the poem, right? You're you're graphing and I think you can think about that like a work with, a derivative. I forget exactly how that works, but if it has very steep slopes, it means we're having, sudden change and kind of constant, development and action and all of that. So, yeah. So the formula of the poem is, and so on. In certain cases, you add to remove. Yeah. I don't think we could ever get to a formulaic description of a poem, and maybe some people have tried. It's funny. At the start of Dead Poets Society, a movie that I can never stop referencing. If y'all haven't seen it and you're poets, or it's anything. It's a good movie. They're reading from a book, a textbook, and the first page has like a graph on it that's like graphing poetry, and Dr. Keating, Robin Williams, says, rip out that page, rip out that page, rip out the whole introduction with the graphs and the sort of that stuff about, poetry. So here's me being anti Dr. Keating. Shortest and oldest poem I know, Fleas Adam Hadam. That's an iconic poem. Anarcho Taco, also an iconic name. Anarcho Taco. Bring the tacos back to the people. We need to get rid of this sort of capitalist control of the taco. It's a we must rebel against the Taco Bells of the world, and etc. etc. Bricks, baseball bats, arson. Have you read the book? I haven't read the book, Messier. I don't think I even knew there was a book. That's crazy. 100 Soldiers versus I was good. I was really good. I don't know what that is saying. Jerry Comedian, Taco Bell. Tacos are vertically structured or unstructured. Yeah. We need in the same way that we're talking about the derivatives of poems. I think we need like a political treatise on the sort of nature of the taco as a within the frame of a capital and post-Marxist analysis. I meant horizontal. Oops, I shift your perspective again. Shifter? I hardly know her. I was really good from... Oh, I see. From Dead Poets Society. I haven't watched it in a while. I got to see it in a theater. In an independent theater. A local theater was showing it. Oh my gosh. Fucking great. Yeah. Ray, you have derivatives and something in chat and sigma notation or whatever, which I just don't remember. It's been too long. I would love to relearn some math. It would probably result in me talking more about it with poems. Okay, I'm gonna read this poem. We've been like sitting here dancing around the elephant in the room, and it's bellowing and shooting water out of its trunk, and we're just dancing around it as if it doesn't exist. And that's fucking unkind to the elephant, and the elephant's gonna get mad and eventually stomp on me. That's where the metaphor breaks. The poem can't stomp on me. I can stomp on the poem. I'm not gonna stomp on the poem. I got my name from a 15-year-old YouTuber shitposting explaining anarchism with tacos. Oh, well, there you go. It's already been done. Uh, I love uh, like teenage, like kids who are obsessed with politics. It's so funny that they're like, I am a syndicalist and I will be a syndicalist until the day I die, and they're like in these like online forums, like, and there's like I'm an Anprim. Crazy shit. Have you heard of effective accelerationism? I think this is actually the ideal way for our society to progress into a better future. I watched a 15-minute YouTube video about it. Now it's my ideology. Okay, elephants. We'll read this poem now. I munch on grass. Untitled poem. 6th poem you've ever read. Through it all, I'll be waiting. All you are is beauty and softness. It is like the beautiful words are meant to describe you. Your thoughts keep me company at night. Your laugh makes me smile. For if you fell or not, who knew? Simple. Short. And there's nothing wrong with that. Right? You said earlier, munch on grass, prepare for corniness. And, I think earnestness is often something that people, describe as corny. I think we live in a society that's very polluted by intellectualism and hoity-toity, uppity egos, and just like writing something to say something beautiful is a really nice thing to do, and to share that also. I think it's sometimes the very simple, the very, we'll say, you say corny, I say earnest poems that are just like a simple expression of a feeling, that are often like the very kind of terrifying ones to share, right? Because a poem like this, it says, right, I'll be waiting for you, your beauty, the beautiful words. These words are for you. It's just like this kind of love for this external thing, person, probably. You laugh, you have thoughts, right? This falling in love, this simple innocence, and that's an experience that's like shared, and it's beautiful and it's nice. And then there are also people who will be like, dork, why are you writing corny poetry about love? And that's fucked up, right? That's fucked up. And I think that's part of why these like simple and kind of tender works are very scary ones to share, as I said, because like, at least if you write a big ol' complicated, constructed intellectual behemoth of a piece of art, and it's 27 minutes of bearing your soul, at least like someone will look at that and they'll be like, I don't get it, but at least they really poured their soul out there for a while and did something big. And I think it's works like this that get less appreciated for those kinds of reasons, right? Thinking hates feeling. Always has, always will. So that. I'm 35. I'm also obsessed with damn near everything systemic. Yeah, I mean, we were talking about systemic stuff earlier with this poem. Homelessness. What's up, turd burglar? We have any open slots today? The slots, I only know if a slot is open when the slot opens, Yeah, very simple, elegante, yeah. My brother was so big into conspiracy theory websites. Jet fuel can melt steel beams. One of the forums paid. Whoa, paid to legacy to pay forums paid to legacy his obituary website. That's crazy. Well, TBH, I wouldn't really care if they said shit because my whole purpose of this poetic career was because of a crush that started 2 years ago and still lasts to this day. Yeah, this is very much like a crush poem, right? And I like that you don't care. I think that's a great impulse, right? For if you fell or not, who knew? This very young and beautiful sentiment, right? Of loving or crushing, I guess probably crushing, right? More so than loving. Loving is maybe a different thing. Although the young mind has a way of conflating these things. Um, and that question of when it's gone, maybe this person is gone, the crush is still there, the person is not. Maybe they're still there, right? And one is continually questioning, like, do they like me, right? Do they love me? Or we could it have been? I mean, I still think of like the first girl I had a crush on in middle school, right? I actually wrote a poem about that fairly recently. So they are genuinely, like a very very common thing to write about. I can't remember who said it, Borges or Valdecasas, but it went something like all love poems are cringe. If they weren't, were they even about real love? Yeah, right? Uh, 'Cause love is yeah, 'cause it's love. I like that quote. That is based. Could it have been? Right. That's the question we ask. Now, so understanding the poem, right, this sort of could it have been? Through it all, I'll be waiting. All you are is beauty and softness. It is like the beautiful words are meant to describe you, right? So I think it's an interesting poem, right? Because we're looking at something that is uncertain, right? And maybe this is the nature of love. Is there's a fundamental uncertainty happening. Whether you fell or not, who knew, right? This is like the tension in the poem. And yet, right, love has this way of sort of through it all, I'll be waiting, right? The lover uh, makes this sort of like committed stance, this action, this sort of promise in loving, right? This thing that never goes. And I think that's even uh, realized in the fact that people still like think of their first loves, right? The first people they loved or their first kiss all the way until they're very old. There's this notion, this trope even of the soldier, right, on the battlefield dying, right, thinking of his first love or his mother, right? These are the two big ones, but one of these two things, this like comforting feminine presence. Uh, there's a song by Streetlight Manifesto. Um, Two soldiers on the battlefield, they're aiming at the head. They think of their first love before they take their final breath. Is the lyric, and that's basically the same idea, right? So it's this fundamental tension. Through it all, I will be waiting. I have this sort of thing that I can't escape, even. Although it's not something we would want to escape. Love is beautiful, and love is so strong and emotional. I mean, that's also why it tears us apart, right? And that's sort of like tensioned against, for if you fell or not, who knew? And I almost think this poem really uh, can like be boiled down to these things as like the sort of fundamental dynamic happening here, with the description in the middle, right? And that's an important thing in poems, right? To describe. We could write this poem ultra brief. Through it all, I'll be waiting for if you fell or not, who knew? Bam, end of poem, right? That could be the work, and maybe there's beauty in that. There actually is. It's kind of quite pretty, but we also have this appreciation for the thing itself, right? This interaction between the abstract idea and the feeling, and then like the sort of concrete. And this is a big, important notion in poetry. Um, I kind of like this. I get to talk about like big, broad scale stuff. The concrete versus the abstract, or, like the sort of visual, tactile, sensory against the thought, feeling, intangible. And we can think about this on a graph. Of course, right? Where we have concrete on one side, we have abstract on another, right? And a poem usually exists at different points uh, on this scale during its time. So like through it all, I'll be waiting. Sort of lines 1 and 2. We'll say part 1 is very abstract, right? It doesn't have like very much of sense or object or anything that we could touch or feel, right? But then we say, all you are is beauty and softness. It's like beautiful words that are meant to describe you. And like words are a bit more concrete. So our next, 2 lines are kind of concrete. And then your thoughts keep me company at night. Your laugh makes me smile, right? Again, maybe even more concrete. We're talking about the laugh. We're talking about the thoughts. For if you fell or not, who knew? Right? And then we sort of go back to this abstract questioning, this open sort of space. And all of that is a very like intellectual reading or whatever. But these two things play off of each other very well, or they can, right? The the concrete shows us the tactile, the object, and it's those objects that through our sort of abstract experience carry all of this emotion. And to just have a poem that throws like abstract emotional nonsense at you the whole time can be very off-putting. You have nothing to ground yourself, nothing to stand upon. And if something is entirely concrete the whole time, then it can just be like, okay, but like you're just saying objects. Where's the feeling, right? And we can even look at Messier's poem from earlier, since it's on the page, to kind of help understand this, right? Fallen angels at the median. Someone at the median is very concrete. A fallen angel is a very abstract concept. So when we unify these things, we get something sort of beautifully tragic, right? Holding up a sign, concrete. Forgotten by the common man, this feeling, this loneliness, this abstract loss. No doubt believing that signs from God. Again, and then we have this sort of sign from God, both abstract and concrete. And when we play with these things, we simultaneously create image and feeling, which is life, right? Life is images and feelings played out in front of us over time, again and again and again. You can definitely have a lot of meaning in just objects. Yeah, I'm simplifying slightly for the sake of the teaching moment, Ishmael. Life is images and feelings. There you go. So you're already doing this, right? In the poem, you're bouncing between the concrete and the abstract, which and you can play with these things. There's no right or wrong way to do that. And like Ishmael says, you can have poems that is just a list of objects. You can have poems that just float around in feeling and abstract stuff. But understanding that we sort of exist on this scale and that they do different things can be very helpful because you can explore, right? You could create a poem that is just describing, the laugh and the thoughts and the softness without any of the, I'll be waiting for if you fell, who knew, without these sort of questions and these ponderings, and that could be a whole nother way to describe this crush, right? And maybe since that is your current artistic mission, maybe to sort of describe this feeling, you could try that. You could also exist fully abstract, right? You could say, lostness in void solitude, just all these big feeling, unrequited vision, non-reflected something, and it's just, a bunch of abstract whatever. could capture that feeling too, right? Uh, but it gives us space to explore, to kind of like understand the ground upon which we stand, which is cool. Um, we've split our work into two stanzas, right? A stanza is a chunk of words, and we have two of them. It does a bunch of things here, right? Stanzas create visual elements, they also create pacing elements, right? Through it all, I'll be waiting. All you are is beauty and softness. It is like the beautiful words are meant to describe you. Now we have a stanza break, right? A little bit more of a pause, a little bit more of a wait. And I think that works really nicely here, right? Because we land on you as like a sort of punctuation. Your thoughts keep me company at night. Your smile makes me laugh. For if you fell or not, who knew? And by breaking the stanzas in this way, right, we create extra punctuation here, and we have the punctuation at the end, which we sort of bring out with a rhyme, right? You and new. And that sort of you know, gives that feeling of completion. Rhymes can do this. Rhymes can do a lot of things, but one of the big things they do is that they signal completion, right? It's like the beautiful words are meant to describe you. It's a call and a response. For if you fell or not, who knew? Right? It opens a door and then it closes that door again. And I think that's a lovely impulse that you've done to sort of end with a rhyme here. It also kind of, connects these things fundamentally within, poetic space. To pour salt to old scars, I think the abstract can be used as metaphor for the concrete. The abstract can be used as metaphor. Abstract can be used as metaphor. I mean, metaphor. Yeah, yeah. I like metaphor and symbol allows us, like, we have these tools that let us basically walk across the space of abstraction and concreteness. And metaphor and symbol are two of those. Allegory. You look intelligent. I don't know. I don't know if that's. I don't know if I like that. Like, maybe I don't like that impulse. To see someone as looking intelligent. I think people just look like people. Can you read this sentence, sir? I am going away too much. I love YouTube chat. Y'all out of pocket as fuck. Um, um, anyway, I can't hear we have two without thinking of there's two wolves inside me. Yeah. There are two wolves inside every poem. One is concrete. You feel its teeth sink into your flesh. The other is abstract. Eyes, no. The feeling of eyes watching you in the night. A howl at a distance that you can't quite hear. There are two wolves inside every poem. One is tension, one is release. The sinuous muscles ready to pounce on prey. And the snapping closed of jaws as the hunt has ended. Both are named Gordon. Yeah. Can't negate all abstractions without annihilating the self. Absolutely, we need the we need the dualities within the mind to function. Right, cold must have hot, subjective must have objective. They exist because of each other, and we stand upon that as thinking beings. We philosophize lightly around here in Arco Taco. Interesting. Last time you were against the idea, Ishmael. My brain is so fluid in its thought like you'd struggle to pin me down about anything that I actually think. That being said, also, like I think in the last week I've had a massive like philosophic framework worldview overhaul. So we might go into an era of me contradicting a number of things I've said in the past. I even started this stream, right? I was talking about uh, uh, how I used to think that art was an intuitive singular expression, and now I see it as a iterative process because we grow and we change as minds. Also, you might have just phrased it differently, you know? Philosophy spends an eternity trying to work out if we should. Yeah, if we should anything, right? Um, and most of that thinking is fraught. This is the most unserious stream ever. And last time we were just talking about smut, right? The most unserious classroom, right? The classroom where we can have side conversations and random debates and laugh about memes and whatever. And the YouTube comment can come in and say, "Can you say as my income backward? I will really appreciate it." Yeah, I can say it backward. Do we prefer French roast or Colombian? I like hazelnut. I'm watching three streamers at once. I'm getting locked in. You're locked in. We're geeked over here talking about wolves, and you're like watching three streams, taking notes with like two hands and your feet, like gaining all of the knowledge, and we're just here like verbally shit posting. Yeah, toxic gamer. I can say it. Um, art is whatever. It is process, emergence, expression, framework, passion, movement. Who's to say? Yeah, the artist. The artist probably is to say. And then to negate themselves in the future when they realize they were wrong. And that there is no right and wrong or something. Or there is. You just have to choose. It's just a perspectivist, you know, emotion or something. So the stanzas allow us for like punctuation here. And the stanzas also give this sort of it's interesting, right? We have this kind of cool visual thing, right? Where you sort of occupies the middle section of this poem, right? And we could actually think of another way to divide this poem, right? Through it all, I'll be waiting. Stanza break. All you are is beauty and softness. It is like the beautiful words are meant to describe you. Your thoughts keep me company at night. Your laugh makes me smile. Stanza break. For if you fell or not, who knew? Well, maybe a stanza break here, and then the rest is one stanza. Because we could divide it by I, right, and you. And that could be kind of a different way to think about this poem. Then it separates, distances you from I. But we actually do something different, right? I am grouped with you in all you are is beauty and softness. It's like beautiful words are meant to describe you. And maybe these are sort of like perceptions that we have about this person, right? And so they're sort of associated with me and my waiting. I think about you and your beauty and softness and all of this. And then like your thoughts, right? Your laugh, these are yours. They're separate. They're over here. And you know, it's sort of a different way of separating I and you. And maybe that's just to show that the way that we separate our poem, the way that we choose our stanza breaks, can change the meaning. And that's kind of cool. Yeah. But if I perceive art without an artist, where do I address my critique? I don't know. You're a leftist, sounds like, so you can critique anything endlessly. I know that, right? That's the anarchist leftist mission, is to endlessly critique anything in front of them. I'm about to close all my tabs, throw out my coffee, hop over YouTube on. Yeah, okay. You do that. You were arguing that meaning should always be more... Whoa, I was arguing that something should always be something? That doesn't sound like me. You're arguing that meaning should always be more subjective than its expression, etc. Love can't be a metaphor, or the physical heart, sin can't be a metaphor for apple. Oh, I see. The the definition thing, right? Um, I don't know. Um, I see. So, I mean, that's like specifically about symbol. I don't know. Um, no idea. Now I have this mental image of Callie, like that meme of the human figure reading two books at once while his earphones play the Bible in Chinese. Yeah, that's kind of what I was going for, Ray. Communism is a political goal if you achieve it. Anarchism is a philosophy if you practice it. Getting post-structuralist in here or something. I don't know. Just saying words. Okay. So concrete, subjective, objective, love. I'm very, very distractible here. Through it all, I'll be waiting. All you are is beauty and softness. So, you do a few things here. You do some stuff with sound. I'm going to talk about sound. Your power went out, and you wrote a poem in that time. Awesome. So, sound is cool. Through it all be waiting. All you are is beauty, right? So we have a few things going on in this line, which I want to talk about. And these are, this is assonance and rhyme, right? So these are pretty like fundamental qualities of poetry, or fundamental tools in our toolbox, right? And the way we use sound can help us sort of communicate meaning. So in this, you say, through it all you are is beauty. So what you've done is you've used the same sound within these words in repetition, within the line, right? Like the rhyme we have with you and new doesn't just have to exist at the end of the line. It can exist within. And we can craft this intentionally, to communicate things. And I think this is cool, right? The way that we use these words kind of connects them and creates emotion. Through it all be waiting, all you are is beauty and softness, right? These words really like fall and tumble into each other is maybe a way to read it. Through it all be waiting, all you are is beauty and softness. You could think of this as like very, very tenderly spoken, right? Through it all be waiting, all you are is beauty and softness. It is, even like softness, it is like the beautiful words are meant to describe you. I think that works really well, right? I think that works really well when we are trying to describe this like loving tenderness, and when we have these words almost like honey kind of like pulling into each other, through it all be waiting, all you are is beauty, right? There's a soothing kind of feeling here, and that makes sense with this perspective of like, I'll be here. I'm like this static, stable thing, right? In my crush or affection or love or whatever it is, right? And I think that contrasts against the second stanza. Your thoughts keep me company at night. Your laugh makes me smile. For if you fell or not, who knew? I mean, we have some things, right? We have makes me smile, ma. Keeps me, makes me, right? We have this sort of repetition. Your blank blanks me, blank, right? Your thoughts keep me company at night. Your laugh makes me smile. For if you fell or not, who knew? And I think this has like a different kind of separation to it, at least how I want to read it, Through it all I'll be waiting, all you are is beauty and softness. It is like the beautiful words are meant to describe you. Your thoughts keep me company at night. Your laugh makes me smile, right? There's a slight intensity here, right? We're like kind of falling into the mind. You're like thinking about this person. There's like it maybe contributes to the concrete imagery, this sort of force that places us subtly into that space. And then we lift back again. For if you fell or not, who knew, right? And we have this for if fell, right? You not knew. A very like, for if you fell or not, who knew? A very flowy line, right? So it kind of, and this like all fell, new, waiting, these lines kind of feel like connected, you know, in a way. So it closes the poem nicely that we come back to the abstract after this kind of push into the concrete, this motion of the mind to like remember this person. It's all a very like gradual shift, a small subtle difference that we do, kind of in tone. And I encourage you to try, you know, broadening your expression, you know, trying to like really have something that's super soft and flowy, and then have something that's like really rhythmic or whatever. These are fun ways to play, right? Another one of those axes we can play along. How rhythmic is something? Is the tone, you know, soft to harsh, right? Is another one of these dualities within poetry that we can sort of like graph a poem upon. And just thinking about, you know, allowing yourself to express in more and more and more ways is really valuable. Because I guess, you know, I munch on grass, you being new to poetry. The reason I analyze poems and I look at them, right, is it can show us the possibilities, right? I've said a whole lot about your poem and a whole lot of things that it might or might not be doing, a whole lot of ideas. And really what I hope that it helps you do in the future, right, is to, you know, give you the tools to express yourself in more ways, right? If you keep writing about this crush, to come to more of a truth, something that's truer for you, a truer truth on how to express, you know, this sort of unrequited or impossible past love or present crush or whatever, right? There are so many things, right? We could experiment just with the fact of length, right? What would a longer poem for my Munch on Grass look like? You might have to really like strain and push yourself to like accomplish that, but that'll help you grow as a writer. And growing as a writer, you know, isn't making something better, isn't making a work that's read by more people. It's finding more chances and tools and ways to take what's in your heart and, you know, put it onto the page in a way that, you know, is pulling more of you out. And yeah, you know, you definitely don't have to fall into the conventions of what a poem is either. This is something I definitely would encourage of someone who is new to writing. And I like to do this with new poets, is to show a few things that maybe would like break your brain a little bit. Because you've probably never seen a poem that looks like this, right? This is a poem by Anthony Cody, the start of, is this poem just titled? Yeah, it's called Standing in Line to Take a Passport Photo. An old white man looks at me and claims I am running, right? And I'll read some of it. Standing in line to take a passport photo, an old white man looks at me and claims I am running. Standing here because my grandpa ran away from home to sell perfume and El Zocalo at 9. And there's a footnote here. There's a footnote at the end of this line. What does that go to? Standing here because my grandpa ran away from home to sell perfume in El Zocalo at 9. Standing en la casa caravana del hambre. There's a picture here. The words go around. Here because the static in the airwaves remains a backbone cackling in shadow the daylight cannot remember. My grandpa ran after his father died, followed his brother, Dolores, named after childbirth, and later murdered by his grandson, who hung himself in prison and unable to await trial. A vigilance committee dangling. Right, you can go through this whole one, and then the next part of the poem is the footnote that comes from a passport photo. A passport photo asked me to 2x2 myself. Is this page. Not this page. Where is it? Ah, wait. I lost it. Maybe that's the third footnote. Ah, a passport photo asked me to 2x2 myself. Right? Poetry can look like this. You know, those are some examples. Poetry can sound like... We'll go to Sonia. I love Sonia. I bought this book from someone, and there's this like graduation card in here from like some cousin's graduation. So yeah. We'll do... I need to make sure there's not the N word in any of these poems. Well, I can just skip it if I get to it. I can't say slurs. The Final Solution by Sonia Sanchez. The leaders speak America, land of freedom, land of immigrant whites and slave blacks. There is no real problem here. We, the leaders of free America, say, give us your hungry, illiterates, criminals, dropouts. In other words, your blacks, and we will let them fight in Vietnam. Defending America's honor, we will make responsible citizens out of them, kill them trying America, land of freedom. Free, enterprise, and democracy. Bring us your problems. We, your leaders, always find a solution. After all, what else are we getting paid for? Right. So, you know, that's a much more sound-based poem. There's rhythm there. There's exciting stuff. Is this a beatnik era? Sonia Sanchez is sort of a post-Harlem Renaissance, early slam poetry, and more inspired by like the you know, the lineage of your Langston Hughes and your Gil Scott-Heron, right? I think the beatniks were predominantly a West Coast, also kind of very like white male, you know, your Kerouac, Ginsberg, Bukowski's. And then the Harlem Renaissance was an East Coast, you know, East Coast kind of African-American genre, but they were contemporary. So they have a lot of similarities. So that's a really good, actually, like, observation, right? Because they do have a lot of contemporary connections at the time. And, right, Vietnam was a big thing for the beatniks to, you know, speak against. So you've got the right time and just the wrong place, but they're very close to each other. Also welcome in Zeal and Ardor, a good name. Y'all always have good names. So, you know, that's just two little examples, right? Munch on Grass of poems that, you know, can take us in other directions, can do other things, and can, you know, we can have poems that are very soft and calm and nature. Here's some very like contemporary queer poetry. Local Woman by Giselle James is a collection that I happen to own, which is good. I'm looking for one specific poem about like what makes local woman come or something is the title of this. This is about like the trans woman African American experience, which is about the most difficult demographic a person can be in this country. Blank makes local women come. Has 3 footnotes. A, visibility. B, representation. C, being kissed on the back of the neck. Right? That's a poem. uh, but also, we can write about very present, very, demonstration means estradiol, right? The HRT after Pablo Neruda. So, poetry is a space to explore expressing yourself. And, in all the love, you see like love poetry and whatever. And I think there's a lot of conventions on how we express love, right? In love poetry, that they're these little dainty, beautiful bits of love. And it's totally cool to do that, right? That's how some people love. But I would love for you to think about what your love is, right? What this emotion is for you that makes it different from everyone else. What makes your love unique to you, or your unrequited, or your crush, not to conflate your crush into a love if it's not. What makes your crush specifically unique for your human experience? And that's harder to know, like, the less you've experienced life. I'm still a very young and inexperienced person in understanding my own experience. But if you can have that thought in your head, let me talk about my crush. Let me talk about, the beauty and softness. But, anyone can be beautiful and soft. Why is this person's beautiful and soft in a way that no one else's is, right? Digging into this experience of how you feel and see the world. Now, that's totally also not something you have to do, right? We can be very vague and not dig into our own experiences and write something that feels like it can apply universally to so many people, right? So, like, vagueness and specificity is just a a choice we make. I think for love, it could be very exciting to investigate the ways that we love differently than others, because love poems are so, as you said, corny or cringe, as Ray said, whoever said "Hui dobro." So it's an option. Reminds me of that Claudio Bertoni poem, Lao Tse, that just goes, Viejo Culiao, which is old something. And Lao Tse wrote the Tao Te Ching with other people. I don't know what Culiao means, though. But yeah, I don't know. I've also said a lot of things about poetry on Munch on Grass, and the most important thing is to stop thinking when you get to the page and just write and feel. So just keep feeling and writing and you'll be fine. You'll do great. Old bastard. That's fucking awesome. I really love poems. I love poems, ones that make every syllable feel like candy when read aloud. I love those poems too, Zeal and Ardor. Sound is such a beautiful thing. And so many people do it. Even old stinky James Joyce does that, funnily enough. My fave is The Windover. I have not read it, but yeah, I mean, so many artists. Jack Kerouac, in his prose, I've been listening to interviews of people online recently, and Jack Kerouac was one of them. And sometimes his prose just sounds like candy. I was reading a little bit of Dylan Thomas the other day, and like incredible, and yeah, candy. Yeah, I don't know. There's so many. Sometimes the simplicity of a Mary Oliver is sweet like honey in its own way. There's kinds of candy, right? There's hard candy. There's simple, natural, sweet things. There's sour candy, right? Bukowski has this sour candy feeling sometimes to him. Nikki writes like candy. Some is minty and refreshing, right? Dylan Thomas is so pleasant, but not in a shallow way. Oh yeah, there's white van candy. Maybe that's Bukowski. Um, right? So, and there's some poetry that tastes like, you know, a slab of meat, and there's some poetry that tastes like, you know, like a salad or fruit or anyway, that's just me saying things that can taste like things. I'm gonna read this one more time, your little love poem, and I certainly encourage you to submit again in the future. Oh, I was gonna ask you if you had any questions. I munch on grass. I talked a lot and I said like a million things, but if you had any questions about your work or things to take away or clarification, um, that's certainly welcome before I just forge on into the abyss of new content, right? Yeah. Good meter is the one where you can predict how the reader would read it out loud and completely warps their normal form of speech due to overwhelming absorption in the poem's rhythm. Yeah, meter is great for the poet who wants their work read in a specific way, right? If you want your reader to interpret something how you want it interpreted, meter is a very uh strong force, right? It also doesn't have to be. Sometimes we write with very loose meter, right? I dare say I write pleasing to the ear. You know, I think you do. I've been pleased. You've pleased my ear before, Furry Combat Wombat, so most of my chat has pleased my ears. I think there's actually, when I was talking about the sound in this poem, something I noticed is like the very subtle shift from like the through it all I'll be waiting, this kind of softness, to the very slightly more punctuated your thoughts keep me company at night, your laugh makes me smile. That was like incredibly pleasing when I like found that distinction in this poem here. Just because like a lot of poets, and a lot of especially like experienced poets, have really like trained themselves to write with like a breadth of expression, as I talked about, to go from the highest highs to the lowest lows. And I think a lot of poets forget to like, I've certainly forgotten at times to reel it back into like the subtle, the deliberately, quietly, quiet change, right? Okay. Not sure that you have any other questions. I munch on grass because oh, you said you have to go. Okay, that makes sense. So I'll read it one more time. Uh, Through it all, be waiting. All you are is, yeah, that's bad. Through it all be waiting. All you are is beauty and softness. It is like the beautiful words are meant to describe you. Your thoughts keep me company at night. Your laugh makes me smile. For if you fell or not, who knew? A brief little untitled poem by I Munch on Grass. And now we can punctuate that, and move to something else. Even though you're not here anymore, thank you so much for submitting I Munch on Grass. Very brave to do so as a new poet. Very brave always to do so as any kind of poet. To send the work before the dogs, the wolves, the two wolves of streamer and chat, who, are just brutal and terrifying in our speech and observation of work. I mean, ceaseless, hungering, bloodthirsty. That's this community for sure. That's Ishmael. Move on to something else. Wants more blood. Wants more to dig into, to rip apart. You call next. That's what I should have. I should have a redeem that's I call next. And it's like a reasonable amount of channel points, so y'all can just spam it. And that's what it should be. That's good. I might even write that down. I think the channel points are dumb and silly, but we can be dumb and silly. Me not next. Deferring to someone else. Um, I call next. Yeah, I wanna see y'all like spam that when it gets added. Pumpkin Sama. Hey, hello, welcome. Me Texan. You're a Texan? Combat Wombat, you're from Texas? Okay, we are going to take a brief break. Uh, we did do the rooster recently from Ray, yes. We're going to take a brief break. I hope that during this 3-minute break, you all do something kind for yourself. Kind things include stepping away from the screen, exercise, drinking water, exercise like jumping jacks, like 10 of them, water, bathroom, not thinking about poetry because we've been doing that enough, not looking at a screen. Not good things include watching the ad that runs on Twitch. Not good things include, I don't know, dangerous drug use. You can use drugs lightly. I don't know. We'll be back in 3 minutes. Yeah. Be right back. Hi. I'm back. Ow. We are so back. Back as we've ever been back. Backstreet is back. We're back. We're so back. Are non-drug related dangerous things allowed? I don't know. I'm not the boss of you guys. I just give pleasant suggestions. That's all I do here. I'm not an authority on anything. I'm not even an authority on poetry. I just have ideas, and thoughts. And I don't know if anyone should trust someone who does this. I mean, that's like, I don't know. That's some red string on the cork board kind of energy. Um, there will be no Virginia Woolf river nonsense. You can't talk about things that I'm afraid of in chat, Zeal and Ardor. That makes me scared, and I can't be scared when I'm streaming. Being afraid is bad. Um, that's a reference to Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf, a play slash movie. The play got put on a movie, and the movie's really good. Like it's great. Anyway, uh, it's really good. It's kind of strange, very absurd. I need to watch it again. It's been a while. Sorry, just trying to be funny. Didn't want to trigger. You know, gotta do better. Gotta do better, Zeal and Ardor. You know, you gotta understand that. Oh man, these days, everything you say will trigger someone. You can't say shit anymore. No, no. I don't think that's. I don't get. I love when people come in and try to trigger me. I'm still reeling from the femboy that came in and said I was the enemy of the femboy community. Was trying to rage bait me because of that flag. I genuinely meant it. No, I didn't want to evoke any bad emotions. No, 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 no. I was joking, and I think you're fine. I appreciate that you genuinely mean no harm. I think that's a lovely thing to mean no harm, because harm is bad. Harm is bad and scary. I'm afraid of it. Like, I'm afraid of Virginia Woolf. So, um, you're good. You're so good. You're awesome. Super awesome. My writing prompt for this week was a quote from a letter her lover wrote. That's cool. I've been compared to Studio Ghibli Alice in Wonderland. I'm entitled. All right. Hot take: harm is bad. I know. This is a stream full of hot takes, right? I don't know. Maybe some of my poetry takes. I don't think my poetry takes are hot. But maybe we don't think our hot takes are hot. And it's the fact that we say them with our chest and with our confidence that they become hot takes because they're real takes. I don't know. Your takes are the hottest? I guess so. Got a lot of hot people around here. I'm afraid of the Bronte sisters, so I can relate. Yeah, we should all have a literary figure that we are deeply afraid of. That's good. That's good. I'm just going to say that's good. No elaboration. Useful as an artist. Who has submitted writing to me? I genuinely forget, like, in between. Like, y'all do the whole, like, me thing, you know? And you're like, I have something submitted. Read my writing. And I see all the names that submitted. And then like, I need to ask again. We're truly in the moment. Afraid of Descartes. He could kick my ass. I think Descartes' a reasonable person to fear. Ucali. I think we can read Ucali. It's been, unless, yeah, I think we've read Ray recently. We've read Nikki recently-ish. We've, so you're kind of like the last one left in chat. Unless Zeal and Ardor wants to join the Discord and undercut you and send in some poem for me to read, but you know, that's quite the ask. Quite the ask. Just know that we could all kick Schopenhauer's ass. That's a nice thought, yes. I mean, lots of philosophers are very ass kickable. I think that's good. I feel like it'd be hard to. I feel like the Greeks would be hard to kick their ass, because I think they all stayed in like pretty good shape, and they were always walking and talking. right? So they were healthy. They had like the Mediterranean diet. I'm pretty sure the Greeks were like big on exercise, gymnastics, right? And I mean, they fucking made the Olympics, right? So I wouldn't be surprised if the philosophers were pretty toned. But like all the European modern philosophers were like genuinely like twinks or like old and snivelly, right? Schopenhauer was certainly one of them. Wittgenstein would probably origami me. I need to look up a picture of Wittgenstein. Ludwig von Wittgenstein, or whatever his name is. Hey, Ludwig, look at me. This he has like killing intent in his eyes, high key. Like he'd get drunk at a pub and like kill someone, you know? Like imagine this guy like 20% more disheveled and like he's got a cut on his face right here and there's like some blood and he's like his face is like he like genuinely serial killer vibe. Like I don't know. Scary. Scary. I agree. I think Wittgenstein would definitely. Here, let's see. So I think we take all right. Nietzsche spelled that wrong. Nietzsche's interesting, right? He's got a big mustache. It'd be hard to punch him in the face. He's got like protection. He's kind of he's intimidating. I think you'd be scared to go at Nietzsche, and then he'd actually be like really not much of a combatant. He's got such a like stoic long. He's looking far away in all of these. You know, he's looking through, isn't he? Doesn't it feel like that? That he's truly like elsewhere in all of these photos. I mean, I don't know if they're photos. I guess that's like an actual photo, yeah. Some are drawings. I don't know. Hard to tell. Yeah. Ted Bundy serial killer vibes. Yeah, definitely. For Wittgenstein. Descartes was very Descartes was a vet. Oh, I see a vet. He once fought against 7 dudes in a ship and won. Okay, Descartes kicks our ass. Wittgenstein kills us. I don't know who else there is. Luckily, we do pretty good against like the Eastern philosophers because I don't think they want to beat you up, right? Like they're all pretty like generally fairly like pacifistic. Unfortunately, that leaves the Western philosophers who are like somehow justify like atrocity and war. Schopenhauer's mom wrote an open letter calling out his misogyny, reducing him to tears. It was a nice moment for humans. Yeah, a lot of philosophers need to be put in their place. I'm glad no one misinterpreted Nietzsche. Yeah, it'd be really bad. It would be really bad if someone took like Ubermensch and like these ideas in like a context that justified something. I don't know what you would use it for. Confucius would go, I'll give you $5 to fuck off, probably, right? Okay, we're reading Kali. Reading Kali? I think we're reading Kali. I think we're gonna read Kali, is what's gonna happen. Student Body Sonata Rar. What a great submission. Student Body Sonata Rar link. I'm like mildly, more than mildly intimidated. Maybe Kali is the Kali. What is that? Oh, that's funny. This is zoomed in on Ray's essay that I accidentally just opened. The one about idiocracy. All right. Well, What is it? Pay to play here? Do I have to subscribe to Cali whatever to like get access to the piece? I'm not gonna request access, by the way. No, I didn't request access. Send a new link. No, I'll request access. Yeah, I think this is just my email. That, yeah, we're good. So it's my stream email. Idiocracy jump scare. Yeah, I requested. Oh, Callie. Just absolutely not there yet. Golly. I'm being too mean. Let me know when you've given me. I'll threaten with a submission. There you go. If you can get a submission in before I have access, we got it. Oh my gosh, black background. This is great. This is long. So we're gonna read some of it. We're gonna read an uncertain amount. Callie, as I read this work, as we go into this fantasy prose, I believe is what this is. Do you have any questions? Do you have any things that you'd like me to focus on? Any particular like style things or technique, or that kind of stuff? Also, you know what? I'm just gonna screenshot this so I can write on it. Is what we're gonna do. So we're just gonna like do that. Is this background? I have no idea. I think that's background. It looks like background. Screenshot that, flesh but paper, and then I'll be able to like scribble on this if I have notes. Gathered around and laughed. Is like a good cutoff? That just like, I'll just take another one and then that should be enough. We're not gonna read the whole thing because such is prose. I mean, we could, but I'm not sure I'm about that life. So insert freaking working on it. We're working on it for future reference for anyone submitting prose. As I've said many times, screenshots work great if you send them already as screenshots. Otherwise, I have to screenshot them, which is fine. It's my job to have my stream function, but it's always worth trying. Okay, Callie. What? That's the powers. They have abilities. We can skip that. There are 3 houses and stuff. Okay, there are 3 houses. Is this like a magic school situation? Since you said student body sonata. Powers and traits of... so we have the Shamblefoot house, the Bellowjaw house, the Ember Cage house. And we have people in these houses. Okay, kinda, yeah, magic school. I don't think you said if you had any questions or things. So we'll just jump into it and we'll see what I think, if I think. It's always more of the question, if I think. And thus if I am. If we're following Descartes. If we don't, he'd probably beat us up. Chapter 1. People drifted along like doomed paper boats. It's not a bad first line. People drifted along like doomed paper boats. Their land was ash and marrow, gray and ochre, dead with holes and leaves that have forgotten the summer rain. All right. The only color in their lives was all the art they made and all the flowers they grew. Ahead crouched a man over his garden. Osric, a botanist, an assistant at the piano school where he lived. He grew flowers named after their functions. Sleeper wells, future tells, and secret tellers were among them, and many more grew in his garden with strange, cube-like arrangements of petals, odd stamen that grew like fingers, or his favorite, ghost bells that stole the children's faces. Um, that's that's quite the evocative opening. I quite like this, Callie. Um, I think there's like some sort of like humor in the like the names of these flowers: sleeper wells, future tells, secret tellers, ghost bells. Right, this sort of rhyming thing going on. Right, and I think yeah, people drifting along like paper boats. There, yeah, I like how we leave some ambiguity out of this first paragraph, right? People drifting along is just like very vague, and we don't necessarily even return to them within this, right? We move on to flowers. From flowers, we go to Osric, the botanist, the piano school, right? All of this stuff, like really like diving from, in scope, in scale. We start very like zoomed out in a way. People, land, boats, metaphor, and then we like really zoom in, right? Down in our scope of size. This is a graph. Um, and getting down to like the granular level of these like details that happen. I think that's a cool motion to kind of really point us to Osric. Ahead, a woman in men's clothing walked up to Osric's gate. The onyx black metal of the gate shook in her presence, and so did the bright light against it. The gate, made of a metal called Mournweld, reflected off its surface the grief of those who walked through it. For this woman, it was an ancestral grief that shone off the gate, the death of her long forgotten family. Uh I like this. So we have this plunging into context. We're very quickly starting to understand that like mundane objects, I think, in this world, right? As we talk about fantasy, right, there are things that we like have to establish, like, and one of which is like magic if we have it, right, and like how it exists in the world. I think that's something that like a fantasy reader will very quickly latch onto. Like, how does magic work here, right? If I don't know your magic system, not your magic system, but like the feeling of your magic in like your first chapter, a fantasy reader might be like, well, I don't know, because like the magic and the wonder in the world is really uh, important, right? Because the magic of fantasy is sort of fantasy, the wondrous, the improbable, impossible stuff. And and we do the thing, right? This is like the greatest extent of show don't tell, where we just say like, yeah, right. It's more like goes up to the gate. I mean, maybe it's we do kind of tell by saying it's called Mournweld, but otherwise we just go into like, her ancestral grief shown off the gate. Great, the gate. And in the same way, right, um, among them, many more grew in his garden. Da, 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 his favorite, ghost bells that stole children's faces. Right, no elaboration on how this is happening, why this happens. It's just like sort of that momentarily through Osric's eyes. Like, I love these ghost bell flowers that steal children's faces. Um, Setting up Osric is fairly sinister, right? Sort of the scary gardener, right, who's always around on the grounds of the school, with his strange flowers and his strange gait. uh, I like gates. I particularly like gates as a beginning. Gates take us from somewhere to somewhere else, and if we were to be very intentional with this symbol, perhaps this woman going through this gate is something very, important to her story, right? A transitional moment to begin by entering. I've been told I should world build more, and then I introduced 5 characters too fast. So I'm rating way more here. I don't know. World building can kind of suck though. Uh, you know, I'm a fantasy reader, but not a fantasy writer. And maybe that will help you. Thank you for the sub. That's very kind. Um, the gift sub. You know, fantasy writers fucking love world building, right? And that's a tricky thing because you might share your work. I don't know who you've shared your work with who's telling you this, but if they're fantasy writers, they might like world building way more than the average fantasy reader, which is like me, casual fantasy reader. So we'll see. I don't have too much of a problem with it right now, um, but we'll see. For this woman, it was an ancestral grief that shone off the gate, the death of her long forgotten family. Interesting, right? Grief over something long forgotten. She entered 5 numbers into the machine that kept the gate closed as she walked over to the garden. She tripped over her own leg in her lethargy. Technology, world building, good. The piano school before her, its gothic and ornate build, towered over her as she fell. The horses etched upon its surface, readied to trample her should she land upon the flowers. Should she cause, with her curves and smooth skin, any crease or break in the stem of the ghost bells, the building would retaliate. I like this. We use this thing to describe her appearance in a way that's like interesting, right? Say that her skin is smooth, say that she has curves, right? Through this other thing of her tripping and falling. Kind of nice, right? Ulnaron held the charm of star-pierced clouds and buildings that fell easy for its citizens. Ulnaron held the charm of star-pierced clouds and buildings that fell easy for its citizens. The structures carried each of them like snowflakes in the hand, but never allowed them to melt away. They were made from Everpass, the bone marrow of dawn, the dark one. Since they were so easily destroyed, these structures served as a reminder to the immortal. As we fall, you rise higher. Unlike the piano schools, most had the privilege of everlasting life. All except Bellowjaw House. Chiseled into the jewelry the woman wore was a mark. Okay, I see. Chiseled in the jewelry the woman wore was a mark that resembled the open jaws of a farshi, a corpse with columns of flesh to cage its teeth that screamed with the swipe of a finger. I'm really curious, stopping just here. I'm not personally keen on the more world building advice that you've received. I think this is about as much world building as I would want in an opening page, right? We have like these, this is like basically like half a page of world building right here, right? Half of your page. Without action, right? What's this? What happened? Is this my notes app? How'd that show up? That's kind of cool. Right? Like, I don't know. To me, like we talk about her, and I love her falling, and I love like the gardener gardening, and her walking and stumbling and going through the gate. And then we do this like zoom out to the city, and then we're just like giving like, we're lore dumping, right? In a way where the flower lore dump is cool because it's like centered around the character and his actions, right? And the gate lore is cool because it involves our character, right? And as we're going into a world at the beginning, I think our medium into that place is the character, right? Because we are fully foreign to this place, but the character becomes our guide, right? Our character becomes our step into the world, our lens that we can see it through. And if we depart from the character, then all we have is world. And I think it can feel overwhelming because that's what I started to feel. I'm like, whoa, okay, named town. And then immediately we're like, we have a nice vivid description. I really like this, right? Carried of them snowflakes, never allowed them to melt away. And then we're like, boom, Everpass, Dawn the Dark One. We're like, they are immortal. Random quote, right? Beloja House, piano schools. Like now we have to take in the information. Like there are multiple of these. Okay, this one's called Beloja. Okay, and now we're like a Farshi, and we're like, what the fuck, a Farshi, right? Um, and and it works really nicely here because it's married to a character, right? I love that you can talk about Ghost Bells as his favorite, and then they stole children's faces because it tells me something about Osric. I love that you use the gate because it can tell me something about um, whatever her name is, the woman. I don't think we have a name for her. Um, so yeah, yeah. I like how the characters and locations are described very similarly. Yeah, I agree. I like that we have a lot of vividness going into the places, that we have vividness going into the characters, um, and that there is a balance between world and them. I just like the world through them, I guess. Sorry, I make D&D settings as a side gig. Worst possible enabler here. Yeah, I've made many D&D settings myself, which is interesting, right? But I don't write fantasy, right? Fantasy is something I read, and then D&D is something I play. Uh, and I think world building's really awesome and it's cool, but it's dangerous. It's the most dangerous thing. And if we think about the fantasy work, maybe through the lens of D&D, right? D&D is a game first and foremost, and the setting is the vessel, right? And we can think about writing the same way. Writing is a game with a vessel, and the game is what happens, right? The action, the characters, the dialogue. These are all the things that within the D&D thing we would consider game, right? Um, and you know, I want it to be game. uh, that being said, things thought out but merely alluded to rather than explained are a stronger pull. Yeah, yeah, and I think that's where like ghost bells work, right? His favorite ghost bells that stole children's faces. It alludes to something in the world, whereas even the gate a little bit, right, is called Mournwell and it does this. The Everpass is the bone of Dawn, the Dark One, and does all this, right? Rather than the great structures, literal skeletons of Dawn, the Dark One since time immemorial, right? That's not perfect grammatically because I'm a poet. But right, when you different than saying they were made of this, the bone of this, and because of that they are, immortal structures, right? I call it specular fiction if you'll fancier. There you go. Um, it's good to feel fancy, right? We gotta dress for the job that we wanna have. um, okay, I shall make the characters do stuff because I got to do more world building too, many characters, and now I got too much world building, not enough action. So I'm gonna meet you guys in the middle. Characters are gonna do stuff. Yeah, I mean the characters doing stuff introduces us to the character through the way that they interact and see the world. We get the world, and and then we like learn about them and each other, and we have something happening, right? Also, you could think of just slowing down. I'm not sure, right? Because it seems like you want to get a lot of ideas in, right? It seems like you probably want to get in the idea of these immortal structures and like some of the history of the piano schools and all of this. And maybe it just is a degree of information that demands a larger word count, right? Uh, it's you know, it's good to be intentional with our words, but the way I think of word count is, you know, I am trying to say something, and I want to use the right amount of words to convey this thing as best as I can without, you know, going on forever, right? And so and so well, we could consider that, right? Is there a way that is more beautiful to bring in Everpass and Dawn the Dark One and the structures that requires more words, but makes better use of those words such that it becomes like exponentially more beautiful, I guess. It's a gorgeous chessboard, but I kind of want to see a pawn fall, to put it in a super douchey way. Yeah. Um, okay, word count. Uh, word count. Word count. I'm thinking about things. I'm teaching myself something. Okay, we have an idea, right? And we want to convey it. And we have a number of options, right? We can use few words, we can use some words, and we can use many words. Let's just say, for the sake of the example, this is a continuum. If we use the fewest words, then these words have a greater burden upon them. They have to be more vivid, more beautiful, strong, right? And if they aren't, they're not going to hold up the idea that we're saying. And I think that, for example, is Dawn the Dark One. We use so few words when we bring in this massive idea, this idea that feels massive and historical and monumental and whatever, and it increases the burden. So either we have to shrink our idea that we're trying to convey, or we have to increase the strength of our words, right? Write it in such an evocative way that it doesn't matter. Now that there's a limit to that. Now, if we use many words, right, there is a lower burden on each of these words to carry the message, but we like potentially end up getting bored is like the scary thing. Which means, you know, we need to have either enough of idea or, again, beautiful enough words that it just doesn't matter. I think an example of this is like Proust. You can just say beautiful words forever, and if they're beautiful enough, it doesn't matter. On a scale of Hemingway to Faulkner, or Hemingway to Proust, yeah. And yeah, Hemingway uses so few words, but his ideas are so clear, and this is kind of the beauty of Hemingway, is that he creates structures. He creates perfectly almost like engineered narratives where he can use like the precise amount of words that is so few that gets the idea across. And when the idea hits, it like blows you away. I think of Old Man and the Sea. So that's a thought. There's this idea of the burden we place on words. And, you know, some is in the middle. I can't recall the full argument, but I saw this video by this professor that went, Tolkien isn't fantasy. There's nothing fantastic in what people call fantasy. These are all realist literature. I mean, you can move the goalposts of reality, right? The things we imagine are real, and thus it's realism. Or like the tales we tell are real because we tell them, and thus it's like, I don't know. Sounds like some snooty professor uh, distinction. But maybe I misinterpret the tone of the way he says that. Sounds like splitting hairs, you know, which is not my preference. Okay, let's keep reading. Chiseled into the jewelry the woman wore was a mark that resembled the open jaws of a farshi, a corpse with columns of flesh to cage its teeth that screamed with the swipe of a finger. A farshi is the fusion of spirit and flesh that manifests once a Beloja. What's a Beloja? Perishes and becomes a fae. Right? Boom. In one line, right? We explain a farshi as the dead version of something we don't understand becoming something we don't understand. Right? That's troubling because we're spiraling into uh uh just a complete unknown. As a reader I'm lost. Ash seeps into those who touch the jewelry as if the flesh were but paper. The fangs wrote on to one's skin the words, "You are my world." Those assigned to the House Beluja have had their worlds taken from them, from birth. Many are made slaves to another house by way of bone transplant. The life of those Belojas are forced into one they've endured, and the life of those Beloja are forced into once they have endured. Oh, I see. That's a quote. And the life, gotcha. And the life those Beloja are forced into once they've endured their enslavement, roaming the town of Ulnaron as a banshee or farshi. This is very grim. This is very dark. I guess you said it at the start, right? You have like the gray world and the trudging, and the only beauty is the flowers that we plant ourselves. So a very dreary, very sad. um yeah. Gargoyles gazed above her, an eager mist spewing from their lips, ready to breathe fire at the woman who threatened the ash-like earth below them. Because all the world around them was like ash, ashes of the dead, ashes of the living, ashes of the living. The buildings protected almost everything below. There is no old, no new in Ularon. There is only pure expression of who you are, and what you should abide by the law. The flowers will bow to you. And should you abide... So, I feel what's happening, to go back to our prior, you know, little chart, little teaching chart, is that there are tons of ideas and not enough words. And the text is not holding the burden of the information. So it's like the issue where you're seeing and understanding too many good ideas, I think, is what it's suffering from. Because it's evenly dense. Everything is the focus. And maybe that's the thing, right? It lacks a focal point. It lacks something to hold on to as we sort of take a bird's eye tour around the organization's existence, places, architecture of this world. But we're just a camera panning about. And I think the tricky thing about world building and doing a lot of world building is we create a world and we spend so much time with it, and we imagine it, and we fill it with vivid, beautiful things that really interest us. Certainly they interest us because we made them, right? And we had that creative spark. But I think to our reader, we need to give them more, right? Because our reader doesn't know why to be interested in any of these things. We don't really have any like stakes yet. Doesn't know, why to be interested in something. Our reader doesn't know how vivid something is in our mind as the writer, so we have to give them more vividness than we need ourselves. And those are the big things, right? They don't know our world and they don't know why to care about it. And you create some really like beautifully sympathetic ideas. A man cultivating flowers among a world of ash. Like, that's beautiful. I'm like, I'm for that guy. I read Osric and I love him, right? Because he's sort of cultivating something in a world of struggle, right? I read Our Woman. I don't know what she wants, her desires, and I think this is like the human impulse to sympathize with a person, to empathize with a person. I'm gonna keep coming back to characters. I think I'm going to sound like a broken record, where the reader will see a person, and if we describe them well, we empathize with them because they're human, and that is what the mind does. The mind is an empathy machine. Um, and so what they care about, we start to care about, right? So the thing I remember the most, is Osric and his flowers. If anything, if you ask me about this piece in a week from now, or 2 weeks from now, or a month, if I remember it, I'll probably say Osric and his flowers, right? Because that's really a great image, right? A man struggling against something improbable. But like, okay, your world has like zombie banshee things. Your world has like a big bad evil guy that died at some point. Your world has houses and people, and the houses don't like each other. I'm like, okay, but like, you know, you can think about it like another country, you know, um, like Mongolia's government probably has a lot of factions that disagree on things, right? Like the houses. Mongolia's government, Mongolia probably has like lots of architecture over there. Um, and like Mongolia probably has a rich and deep history. But if someone just came up to me and started talking to me about like the Mongolian government, I'd be like, well, why should I care? I don't know who this faction and that faction are. But then I think if they told me, right? If they told me something like, well, okay, my dad, me, I was in Mongolia, and, I was going through all these problems, and, and then the government came in, and there's this faction that opposed this thing that would have helped me and give me the social service that I needed to survive. And because of this faction doing this thing in the government, my life has been deeply ruined, and we don't like them. And I'd be like, fuck, we don't like them, right? I'm against these guys because I empathize with the human, because I have a lens to take me into Mongolian politics. And then they tell me, yeah, when I was growing up, I lived in these beautiful houses, um, and they give me some touchstone on the Mongolian architecture and why it's beautiful, and some experience from their childhood. Then I'd be like, yeah, actually, I do care about ever past the bone marrow of Dawn the Dark One because this person lived it, right? But we have to be even stronger about it. Well, we don't really, right? Through suspension of disbelief, our characters are real people to our reader, and we want to engage in that fact. May I submit a poem? Yeah, anyone can submit a poem. I think I sent the Discord link earlier when you tried to navigate to it. That I think you'd enjoy. I think I would enjoy it. Also, totally understand if it's not what you do here. I do poetry primarily. Um, Poetry is my main man. As you can see, I write this amount on prose, and I write this amount on poetry. I fucking love poetry, zeal, and ardor. Um, um, yeah. Also, I'm fully aware how extra my writing may I, not your good. You literally care too much. Every sentence obviously has so much intent and care that my double-digit IQ self can't decide what's important. If that, yeah, I think that's a great way to put it, zeal and ardor. That there's so much going on, and you know so much about the world that it's like if some super smart person walked up and said like, okay, so I just learned this really cool thing about astrophysics and string theory, and there are these strings that connect the world, and like and there's like subatomic particles and field theory and waves and neutrons and protons and photons and brotons and croutons and in the whole salad of quantum physics, and you're gonna listen to me, right? I don't want to hear about your brotons, and croutons and photons and gluons and muons and chuons and double-decker duons. um, unless you give me a reason to care, right? Broons. I'm gonna use that more. You're making me want to write right now. Good. My brotons and croutons, but bros makes great salads, right? Yeah. Um, I like croutons in the salad of the brotons and croutons in the salad of quantum reality, right? Um, okay, we're gonna keep reading. Maybe these we'll zoom back into a character and we'll be relieved of my very immediate critiques. Um, because all the world around them was like ash, ashes. Okay, ashes to ashes. They all fall down. No flower bowed to her. No building protected her. Instead, the flowers treated her as the soon-to-be corpse. The flowers stood where she would have fallen, but a siren caught her and spared her at the building's edge. Dude, I feel like you could write this chapter from the perspective of the flowers. If they can, like, sense her and Osric, that'd be crazy. I don't know if that's, like, a good literary move, but a chapter from the perspective of flowers would be badass. um, don't let me know. Oh, he's talking. Dialogue. I'm locked in. Don't let me know you've given up already. The day's just started, my dear. And Osric to the woman in pure black. Said Osric to the woman in pure black. Caramel skin, long red hair, and a braid that reached her chest. A blazer and caped hood. And this woman stood in Osric's garden, leaning ever closer. Osric realized what was wrong with her and who she was, and when his daughter Despina appeared at her feet with a bouquet of sleepwells. And who she was when his daughter Despina appeared at her feet with a bouquet of sleeperwells. Sleeperwell is an addictive substance, Corwin. I can't let you have any more than the suggested dose. Fuck, we have like opiate addiction in fantasy world. It's fucked up. Your world's I love how dark this world is. It's so real, right? Um I've seen, like, I know there's a very one of my favorite parts about a fantasy series that I used to really like, and maybe now I'm much less high on, the Stormlight Archive, is that there's some very real gritty reality. And one of my favorite things that I remember from the Stormlight Archive is Teft and his drug addiction. And I don't remember what it is. It's like moss that you like rub between your fingers or something, and it gets you high. And he ends up he's like this recovering moss addict or whatever. And their lives get better, and then he's doing better, and then he like relapses, and it's a whole like narrative arc for that character. And like I feel like you see these very like gritty human struggles underrepresented against the struggles of things like, killing dragons and stuff. So I really like the inclusion of that. I really like that, like, damn, we're in this really shitty place and there's also drug addiction in addition to that ash that falls from the sky and the flowers that only grow if you're like kind to them, and flowers that steal children's faces, and banshees and zombies and slavery for bone donation or something. uh, Now, You know, you're really like pummeling your reader, definitely, with a lot of things. Yeah, it doesn't come off as gritty for the sake of it. Not yet. Um, it is a lot of dark, and it's like dark, 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 dark. I think the fact of you including light, the flower, seemingly like Osric as a kind, maybe like healer type, that lightness makes it not feel like gritty and dark for the sake of it. I think darkness that is edgy is when it's all bad, all evil. I'm a evil, troubled, uh, uh, abandoned by my parents, rogue, and I hate people, and the world hates me, and everything is dark, and there's no light, and it's all bad, all the time, and the dragons ate my dog, and everyone hates me, you know, right? Acknowledging lightness keeps us away from edginess. So I like Osric a lot. Osric is my favorite thing I have read. I love Osric here. He's my G. I don't care if he turns evil. I am like I'm on team Osric to my grave. Right? Love this guy. She wore the clothing Despina stole from the clothes hanger inside the piano school. Despina knew how she liked seeing her in men's attire and brought it along with her, along with her favorite jewelry. She looked into Ostric's eyes. Despina, okay. She wore the clothing Despina stole. So Despina's the daughter of Osric. She wore the clothing Despina stole from the clothes hanger inside the piano school. Despina knew how she liked seeing her in men's attire. How he liked seeing her in men's attire, and brought it along with her favorite jewelry. She looked into Ostric's eyes. So it just feels like a lot of information again, right? A lot. Like, give me more time. Give me more time, you know? Therefore, I will not brush my teeth before going to bed. Yeah. Can I spoil one thing about Osric? Sure. Sure. I still love him, even if, whatever you say. I love Osric here, because he's my light in the darkness. That is our bastion against edginess in this piece. And he grows flowers. So, you can't hurt me with your words, Callie. And then you're going to say something and spoil it, and I'm going to get crushed. So, everything I say is a lie. Um, Only a groan back to our gardener, and a blank stare that showed him she was too far gone. Corwin's voice held the gravel of a sleepless night spent in the streets. Corwin threw herself deeper into Osric's arms. Like, that's good, right? You have some great descriptions. You have some great literary, poetic things, and I know you do because you're a poet, right? Your poems were always like really vivid in their imagery. I remember you had one with like a tiger or some kind of cat in it, like so long ago, uh, and something about it was just like so vivid. You're really good at this, um, but you also got to give your reader time, right? Poetry loves this as few words as possible, and it loves to take on the burden, right? To carry its ideas. Uh, but prose is much harder to do that. Osric eats his son's heart. Come on, and transformed into a flesh stealing skeleton because he was trying to keep a cure to a plague from being given out, but it wasn't really his son. It was a changeling that gave him the ability to steal flesh, and he used it to pretend to be other people's partners to find his daughter Despina a new mother. So much happens. So much happens in this book. I already know. Um, Gonna need a lot of words to get there, Callie. You know, is all I'm saying. This makes me think of China Miville, but it's more ornate and visual. I don't know China Miville, but I will copy it and paste it into my browser. And educate myself. British speculative fiction writer. Describes his work as weird fiction. Works. We're on Wikipedia. Politics. Okay, I think he's based. Yeah, I think he's based. He's definitely based. Once described Tolkien as the when on the arse of fantasy literature. Crazy. Anyway, not finding much. He kind of did a proto steampunk. He did proto steampunk super leftist. Yeah, I've gathered. I wrote that pre Heart Snack Gate. What? Is there a Heart Snack Gate? I see. Heart Snack Gate, like Watergate. Gotcha. I was thinking of the gate, like the gate at the start here. Yeah. Okay. More flowers. You have plenty enough time for me. You have plenty enough for me, you hoarder, she said, her voice cracked as a porcelain vase. I want from you, she whispered. The syllables in each word she uttered reached out in desperation. The ghost bells should have done the same, made that ever so familiar look to mimic her facial structure, but they gathered around her and laughed. You would give me more if you knew how this felt, she snored. Her limp body fell toward the ash again once she refused Osric's touch. Yeah, I feel like this is a really tender moment, right? Really, really tender moment with like the ghost bells and everything. And it's like page 3. Like, I feel like high key, like that could be a chapter, you know? All that, I think from here to here could be a chapter, right? This person showing up, introducing 3 characters in a place, and the flowers and these ideas, and Osric, who's going to eat a heart later. And her, like, you know, kind of whatever, sinking down, right? Or like, you know, sort of just the end of this, you know. Yeah, I don't know. Probably, definitely before we start introducing another character like Gawain, right? Uh, that's kind of what I think. I think so much happens. See, I wrote the story. Now I have to extend it. I don't know if I'm going to make the density worse because it's all I know how to do. Yeah, I mean, I think the expansion, right, I would hope is in the interest of cooling off the density. Because right, you have to take 2 options, right, regarding the density, provided you want to change something. One is the words need to be stronger to carry it, which also probably means simpler, honestly. Or, you know, stretch it out, less idea per word. But yeah, I just feel like you probably are your readers are gonna struggle because I'm struggling, right? And I don't want to struggle when I read people's writing. So yeah, I don't think I'm going to read more past that point, because I've said a lot, and I'm not sure anything else I would say would have much new to say. But if you have any questions about that much so far, or about anything else, or if anyone else has questions, they are welcome, you know. I think you're really vivid, very vivid writing. Uh, Lots of really good ideas, and I think a cool setting, right? Very cool setting. And but just so much, a deluge of information. And if we slow it down to a river, right? Let the river of your stuff wash over us, or a stream, right? Trickle it to us over more time, rather than a tsunami of world building. Probably the metaphor. Yeah. W gift. Yes. Thank you for the gifted sub, anonymous anonymous gifter. um. Yeah. Okay. What part should be its own chapter? Because I saw you point at the page there and was like, the dawn part. Then you pointed at the beginning. Oh, like all of what we read, basically. The 2 pages and change. Like, we introduce Osric, and this lady appears, and she falls down, and like sort of somewhat expires. I don't think she's dead, but like, and the flowers laugh at her, all of that, right? Cuz uh that's already so much. And maybe it needs to happen slightly differently, such that it moves into a next chapter. But like, yeah, the it just feels like that amount of content, right? Introducing Osric, introducing the place. It sounds like introducing the idea of some houses and this person's backstory and their heritage and their life. And then the fact that they're like a fantasy crack addict and they're dying, and there's this daughter too, and there's this whole thing with like male clothes, which is just like touched upon and moved on, right? Like these kinds of things, each one of them, you know, I think could have more time. Yeah, that's where I'm at with. Does that make sense? Right? Uh, and we need to look more closely at the things that are happening, a greater granularity of motion, since it isn't that much event. Bring us closer to the characters. Characters, I love them. We don't have them in poetry most of the time. They're great though. Any other questions? Thoughts? I would love to play a D&D game in your world. Like, I'd love to run a D&D game in your world. Uh, I mean, I don't really like 5e Dungeons and Dragons. Maybe it would be like Morkborg, because that's like super gritty. But I did a super dark fantasy campaign where the characters were the villains, and it was a death march for a war that like the bad side has lost. Um, and they're like trying to march back to the capital to like save the last battle, as like the capital is falling, and they're like getting levels of exhaustion and becoming weaker and weaker, and they die at the end, and the bad guys lose. That was a cool dark fantasy game set in the Forgotten Realms, but yeah. No, thank you for reading. Also, for some reason, my messages are indenting and spacing at once. I don't see any indents and stuff. Um, there's an ad running now. I'm sorry for the ad. um, we're just gonna. I guess I'll just say, thank you for submitting, Callie. Very lovely in terms of ideas and like setting and theme. And then we'll take a break because my eyes feel like they're tunneling into my brain. Be back in a second. Howdy. Howdy ho. It's me, Imogen. Uh, Same as it ever was. Um, Thank you for reading. Also for some. Okay, yes. Thank you for submitting, Callie. I know the ad came at a weird time. Thank you for submitting. I'm so glad to read your prose since I've heard you talking about your prose for a long time, and so glad to be able to give some thoughts on it. Zealand Ardor, you say unsolicited. You don't owe me as a reader an explanation of your world. Getting curious and being drip fed world building is such a vibe. Yes, right. Getting a piece and wanting more, and then giving a little more. You know, I've used this before talking about poetry, but you're edging your reader, right? You don't need all the gratification in sentence one. You can draw it out. You have some foreplay, you know. That's what we want. Foreplay to your world building. You can tell us about like big dark evil guy the destroyer and his bones later. Um that's like the you know, the payoff or whatever. We should one day have a community game. Yeah, Ray. I think we should. Um I mean, I've it's been like a long time desire of mine to specifically run a D&D campaign on a Twitch stream. I think I have wanted to do so since I was in high school, since like 2016 before Critical Role blew up. Like you had to like, you know, like you had to fucking know to even know that Critical Role existed, right? It hadn't like bloomed into broad nerd culture. Like it was campaign one, you know. I never watched it, but I had friends who were. Um, and and I was like, I want to do that. I want to stream. You know, it would have been awful. I was a 15-year-old or less, right? Like a 13-year-old, 12-year-old running for my 12 and 13-year-old friends. Um, and I know that you can have like a community game that's not streamed on Twitch, but I want to stream a game on Twitch. So, you know, maybe if we get people who are down at the same time, we can do Morkborg all day. I've never actually played Morkborg. I love it aesthetically. I've played 5e. I've played Blades in the Dark and Band of Blades. I've played a bunch of systems that my group has made on our own because we like to make systems. Right now, we're doing one that's basically just a D6 system, and the stats are the Disco Elysium stats. I've played Wanderhome, which is my favorite RPG ever. Diceless, DMless, pastoral, beautiful. The Root RPG, based on the board game. I've played a bunch of random little things like Monster of the Week, I think. I know how to play Kids on Bikes, but haven't actually played it. Playing Fate this summer for a little thing with my friends. I like indies a lot. Played lots of random little like one-page RPGs. I don't know. That would be awesome. Okay, we can consider. um, Man, yeah, that would be so fun. Oh my gosh. As you all can imagine, my DMing tends to involve uh description. It's very poetic. I try to be very poetic in my DMing, both in the structure of stories and I remember in the dark fantasy game I mentioned that everyone dies at the end, right? I went on this like 10-minute poetic monologue about their whole worlds shattering and their faiths, expiring as the Red Knight, their god, literally fell and collapsed into the earth and just a whole. It was beautiful. Uh, I like running RPGs. I think they're cool. I really like the story, but now I'm sitting in front of this flood, and if I jump into the water, my limbs will get ripped off. Jump in. Jump in. You know? Action, right? Art is just sitting down and feeling and going. The more you think, the harder it gets to jump in. Right, the more you think, the more you notice the facet of every single wave and the currents that must all be flowing underneath and the pace of the water and the sticks and things being thrown down and all the dead animals that you're going to be like. No, just you just have to jump, right? Because you know how to swim. You obviously know how to swim. You're a great world builder. You're a great writer. You just need to have those things get along. So, and you'll sort it out with your head under the water. So beta reading is really helping. Yeah, just need a dedicated one, perhaps. Perhaps. Dedication, continued feedback is nice. And you can certainly keep submitting stuff from this story. Obviously, I can't do beta reading in the sense of reading like whole chapters and giving like broad feedback because that's just not how stream really works. But piece by piece, surely it can happen. Same as it ever was, same as it ever was. Yep, great song. I actually did that yesterday because my music computer died. I DM'd for chat, who is collectively a character. Whoa, oh, so you stream Zealand Hold on. I want to look at your Twitch. You stream? I should follow you. Guys, go follow Zealand Arter. They're obviously cool, because they, uh, fucking randomly started DMing when their music stopped working. I really want to stream music. Like music producing. I write stuff in Ableton, ambient music. Actually, the music you heard on the ad break, hold on, this one. I forgot. It starts with like birds and stuff. It takes like 15 seconds for the music to start. Doesn't really work. Fuck. But that music, I wrote that. I would love to write music on stream, except I think my computer would break because it's just not beefy enough. And I don't have that CPU or that RAM that can really handle that kind of stuff. So anyway, that. Also, are we allowed to buy zero parades, or is that an ethical no-no? I'm confused. Uh, so you're giving your I'm not like a scholar on the uh full Disco Elysium situation with the staff and the music. Uh, the music from the break, this one, and Cut to Silence. I know I wasn't gonna sit there and like wait 20 seconds for the music to start, but the that one that and the harp is. I don't remember how it goes. I wrote it a while ago. Whatever. I promise. I promise it exists. Um, um, it got me good. It was really funny. Yeah. Anyway, so zero parades. At the end of the day, So it's a really interesting thing. It's like a practical ethics. Because it's easy enough to say that we separate art from the artist. And it's like, if you want to play zero parades, play zero parades, right? Um, and enjoy it. I think that's like the most practical answer is if you think it looks like a great game and you would have fun, play it and have your fun. Uh, Even though the company sucks. Yes, you're giving them $40 or $60 or however much the game costs, but like at the end of the day, they're going to sell a lot of copies. Like there aren't really actual organized efforts to like boycott. If there was, then maybe there's like an ethical thing with your like, you know, breaking the line or whatever. But you know, uh games, pieces of art, they could be really impactful. And that game was still made by artists, right? Still made by a bunch of good artists, well meaning, just overseen by a company that sucks. Um, which is, and the money, sure, the money's going to the company. But like most games you buy are going in a pretty unethical direction. Of course, pirate anything you can pirate. I'm all for piracy. Does Roland Barthes apply to this? And also, I play so many games where probably worse things transpired, right? Um, I haven't read Barthes. I'm not like well read about philosophy. Uh, I've read like some Plato and I've read some Foucault, and I have a friend who's talked to me about Hegel for 5 years. Um, oh, Barthes is Death the Author. Yeah, I mean, death in the author is all well and good for the art experience, for the art object, where the author sacrifices themselves on the altar of the stage. um, uh, but that's useful, I think, for like an art analytic perspective, right? The stuff we talk about, right, where we can think about the separation of this work as an art object from the author, or we can think about this work as an art object within the author's perspective. Both are useful. Um, but that's different because the game is really like, I think in this situation, it's an ethical thing about like, I want a product that will give me satisfaction uh, that was created with unethical means. Now, you do that every time you buy a banana. You do that every time you buy your organic quinoa that someone picked in Ecuador for like shitty wages. You do that whenever you buy your phone. You do that whenever you buy anything in the modern world. Consumption is fundamentally unethical, and then it's you know just the battles you choose, right? And that's the difficult thing. I wouldn't blame anyone for saying that's a bad company. I'm gonna stand on my moral ground and not buy Zero Parades, right? I'm not gonna buy that game. And if you want to buy it, like, buy it. I'm too pragmatic about a lot of these things, right? Like, I'm not trying to like draw moral law, uh, and all of that. Whatever. I don't know. Doing that is mad fun. You should definitely do it. Music for data centers or whatever. Yeah. Um, yeah, I think I would have fun doing music on stream. It's just I need to not have my computer blow up. I guess I wanted someone to say totally fine, bruh, but it feels icky. I mean, you know, like I said, consumption is icky, right? Spending money on things is icky. Everything like it is so hard to take an ethical action involving money. Full stop. you know uh and I really think buying a game is not that bad. Like the world is not going to end, at least, you know that's way more ethical that they honestly mistreated a few employees than buying a banana. And I think you're fine with buying a banana. So, in terms of like the suffering that has been required to get that product in front of you, and that's where like I don't think it's a battle you want to fight as like a moral person. I guess that's to use an analogy to help us here. I'm gonna buy it and post it for free. You can probably already find pirated versions because it's so goddamn likely because people hate the company so much that they've put up free versions. And I'd encourage you to pirate because then you save money, which is good. You're not sending it to a company, which is good. And you get to play the game, which is good, right? And then you can tell me how it is from a literary perspective and philosophical perspective. And, it's a weird power trip on my part because somehow in my mind, I think my buying an indie game is the tipping point of something relevant. Yeah, and you're just not that important, Seal and Harder. Pirating is morally right, yes. In yeah, like pretty much all the situations. You're just not that guy, you know? um Now it's interesting, right? A streamer. Let's say you play it on stream for 2,000 viewers and you and 500 of them end up buying the game because of you. Now you're like a figurehead or something. I'm too tired for these though. Anywho, I posted a dope poem in your Discord. I don't have like the mental capacity for more further detailed analysis with the scribbles and such, right? Three is usually my limit. I can read it right now and I can give like a bland reaction of like, that's good, I like it. But I think I'd rather save it for a future stream and then I can read it and actually give my like detailed analytic thoughts because I really love when people send like poems by like well-known established poets. Sort of gives us because mostly we read like amateur work and that's cool, but then we see like a something from Poetry Magazine, apparently, since I'm looking at the screenshot of it. It's from Poetry Magazine. Someone thought that poem was good, some editor, and that maybe means something. Not really, but maybe. I've definitely read poems on my stream from my chat that I've liked significantly more than poems I've read in Poetry Magazine, so I don't know. Absolutely fine. It is. That is true. It is fine. Most things are fine. Impossible that Poetry Magazine is not the arbiter of truth and anything I know it is the magazine. I know it's the magazine to the extent that like I have a subscription to poetry, and I love that I have these, right? They're really pretty books. Like, holy shit. They do a great job with their covers. But no, like, I don't know. It's all preference. It's all nonsense. It's in there because 3 editors, 3 somebodies who got hired 20 years ago because their resume looked nice and they interviewed well, right? Decided, right? Put the final stamp. So they decide who the world champion of poetry is in the annual poetry competition, verse versus verse. Yeah. Sorry, I really yelled into the mic there. They give it a belt and everything. That would be sick. That'd be awesome. The belt is just like what, the pushcart prize or something, right? A cart. We don't have a belt. We have a fucking cart. I mean, come on. A Booker Prize? What even is that? Come on. Pulitzer? Who's that? Yeah. Verse versus verse versus top verse. Ayo. Yeah. I'm a verse. Um. Anyway, this was a good stream. This was a good stream. Did you know that you can apply to the Pulitzer for $70 redues? Man, I didn't know you had to. Oh, you can just pay to be a Pulitzer nominee? So, so I can self-publish a zine. I can print a zine on my printer. Pay $70 for the literature category. It's a Pulitzer nominated zine. I mean, yeah, go off, Queen. Yeah, I will go off. How to enter? Uh, by the will of the first Joseph Pulitzer, awarded by the University Recommendation Pulitzer Prize Board. There are 23 categories. To complete, I clicked something. Pulitzer Prize plan. Okay, to complete guidelines and rules submitting a Pulitzer Prize nomination. Okay. Okay. Literature. Oh, books, drama, and music. Holy shit, so many words. So many words. I can't read. My eyes are turning into mush. Oh, there's a link. Hold on. Hold on. I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna find it. Okay. Entry site. How does it work? Oh my gosh. I don't understand. There's so many words. I can't read. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. All right. I didn't find it. I'm gonna go for an indie one, like haiku or some shit. What? How is haiku indie? That's really funny. Thanks for streaming. Yeah, thanks for watching. Thanks for everyone who submitted their work today. And oh my gosh, my tongue is lead, my eyes are mush. The radiation is. Oh, let's raid Messier. We read Messier's poem today, and they're streaming now. We're gonna raid Messier. Please stick around and pop over to Messier, cause that's what we should do. You know, cause they were here, and that's badass. Thank you all for watching. Please, 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 please. That's like Sabrina Carpenter, right? Keep making art that you love, because I love to read it, and I think you love to write it. Keep finding beauty wherever you can, as much as you can. Helps with the art thing. And have a beautiful, beautiful motherfucking whatever time it is for you.